Hello and welcome. Hey, Third I Am. Great to see you here. Awesome. Hey, Missy. Great to see you. Thank you so much for joining. Great to have you guys. Yay. All right. Can you guys let me know if you can hear me? Hello and welcome. Hey, Third I Am. Great to see you here. Here we go. Hey, the vent. It's been so long. I'm so happy to see you. How have you guys been doing? You got to let me know if you can hear me. Perfect. Thanks, Hope, Love, and Sunshine. Great. Awesome. Okay. Thanks, the vent. I love that I get to do a few more mini readings at the moment. This is always nice because it just gives me a better sense of what's, going on in the collective, what people are doing, what the energies are, that kind of thing. Not at night, completely changed my birth chart. Oh, I believe it. If it's literally 12 hours later, it will change it 180 degrees. So that's crazy. And if it's not 12 hours, if it's something different, it'll change it even more. So, hey, Marianne, welcome. Great to have you here. The list is open if you guys want to jump on the list. Hey, Eddie, great to see you. If you guys have questions today, you're more than welcome to get on the list. I wanted to give you guys the chance to jump on the list first before I share it with the larger channel. I'm going to go ahead and share it. I jumped on early today because I wanted to I really wanted to give the people a chance who are in like Europe and India and Australia, like a chance to come play because they're always like, you're always doing this at night when we have to be asleep. So I was like, all right, well, if I jump on in the morning, we'll see how many of y'all decide to come play. Um, I don't know what they're going to do today, but just figured I would try it and see if maybe I should try daytimes more often or just stick with what I know. Um, let's pop on over and give it a post and just see if anyone wants to come play. I know I'm a little late, so that may also be what's holding people's up. Oh, so the last full moon was really accurate for you, the event. That's interesting because it was one of those full moons where the best way for me to interpret it was based on what a lot of the what are those not asteroids were doing. Gosh, I don't know why I forgot the word asteroid. Um, and so because of that, because of the fact that I was like, okay, I need to really look at what the asteroids are doing. Hang on, doing live mini readings over on my live reading channel. Doing live one question, gotta be specific. Free to pop by and say hi or get a read. Link post. All right, here we go. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, it was one of those lunar lunations, where the only way for me to really interpret it was based on what the asteroids were doing. And when I got clear, like, oh wow, these asteroids are really showing out. They're doing something different here. It and really colored the nature of the moon, especially Pholus, the way Pholus was conjunct the moon. It just was so obvious once I was willing to pay attention to the asteroids. Once I saw, I was like, oh wow, this is the pattern I'm seeing emerge around me. This is what people are talking about. It's this influence of Pholus, which is interesting because a lot of people they don't read the asteroids. They don't look there, but I do, just, because my software provides it. Nice work, Lori. I did receive your payment. So I'm just going to add you to the list. Okay. Let me go to, so I'm just going to add. Ooh, okay. Oops, I don't need that extra sound, but okay, there we are. I'm in the live stream. Okay. That's okay, third I am. Go ahead, do your work, babe. I get it. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Oh, thanks, the vent. I appreciate it. And Lori, I have you here. Vent, twin and I are separated, and soulmate came around. So sounds about right for me. Oh, okay. That particular part. Got it. You're awake, so the time works for you. It's still nighttime in Perth. Yeah, I get it, Carolyn. Um, okay, hope, love, and sunshine. I'll be here when you're ready. Uh, okay, let's go ahead and get into it. Lori, if you're the only one who wants to play today, then you're the only one who wants to play. We'll see if anyone else shows up. Lori, go ahead and put your question and the birth details in the chat there. That would be helpful. Go ahead and drop your question and birth details. The energies of right now are just so interesting, specifically because we've got Jupiter retrograde and Juno retrograde, and it just makes for a really different vibe and a really different frequency between the counterparts in the sky. People are just really kind of focused on what they need to do at the moment. I noticed that people who are on the journey longer, who've been at this for several years or more, kind of know to ebb and flow with it. It's less disruptive. But people who are a little bit newer, like what the first 1 or 2 years, this separation period feels, it's just devastating. It's hard. It's like, wait, I thought we were coming together. And then it's like, oop, time out. Hey, Marianne, just click on the pinned question at the top. And inside of that pinned question, you'll see a link to my PayPal and my Venmo. And you just, Venmo works on mobile, PayPal works on any device. And you're welcome to just make your payment that for the reading that you want by sending your money there. Okay. Let's just see. Let me get that PayPal link a little bit different. I want to get the HTTPS in front of it. So that it's a correct link. There we go. Now let me come back to the live stream and paste it there. There we go. All right. Now it's a correct link. Okay. Let's see, Lori. What's on the horizon as far as love? My twin blocked me in May of 2019. Any change coming soon? My date of birth. Okay, you're a Christmas baby. Let me go ahead and pull up a chart for you, Lori. Lori H. And Lori wants to say, um, on the horizon for love for her. Lori, do you have your birth time? Do you know what time you were born? If you could post that for me, that would be really helpful. Arizona, Tuba, Tuba City. Okay. It's totally okay if you don't know what time you were born, but if you have it, that's going to be more helpful. I can be more accurate with that piece of data. Hey, Alan, welcome. Okay. Lori. My birth time is 10:04. Okay, great. Thank you. Edit 10:04 a.m. Great. Okay, so I can only answer one question during a one question mini reading. So I'm going to answer what's on the horizon in terms of love for you, since that's what you asked first. But if something pertaining to your twin shows up, then I will speak to that. But if it doesn't, then you're always welcome to get a second mini reading, or alternatively to book a twin flame reading if you want to do that. Okay. Let's go ahead and have a look, Lori. So December 25th, 1969. Let me make sure I got it. Lori. December 25th, 69, Tuba City, Arizona, 10:04 a.m. 10:04. Okay. 10:04 a.m. Got it. Okay, so let's look. Let me hit the transits and let's dig in. On horizon for love. So we're going to look at your seventh house of committed partnership and at your fifth house and at your verdicts point, which is right here. It sits at the eighth degree of Virgo. So this is interesting because we are about to hit a conjunction between Mars and Venus that's going to hit. That's right around that seventh house cusp line. And when it does, it's going to bring a lot of passionate energy to the table in the world of relationships and love and connection and commitment for you. Um, that whole when that happens for you, this is going to feel like there's just extraordinary levels of motivation in your world to make a relationship come forward, to start pushing towards something real, and to start the process of like seeking it out, regardless of who's ready and who's not. And like, twin are ready or twin not, there's going to be a push inside of you to like double down on making a relationship occur. What's interesting here is that as this progresses, I read Mars and Venus as the soulmates, and they're about to come together inside of your seventh house. Um, because of this, I would be inclined to say that there is some soulmate action, especially as we get into Virgo season, that's going to feel pull magnetic to you, I could say. You're going to feel called to it. So if you're putting yourself out there and someone, people are, kind of barking up the tree, your tree, you're going to find that's going to start to take shape before the end of the year. In fact, it actually wouldn't surprise me, especially as we get into the Capricorn season, right around your birthday. Venus will go retrograde in your sign. And when she does, given the configuration of your particular chart, because Sun rules your seventh house, Venus will retrograde close to that Sun, but in the same sign, it is possible that someone from the past could resurface, a past love could resurface. Could that be him? Uh, I would struggle to say that given the configuration I'm seeing here in your chart. But could it be someone of significance, someone that, you've had a definitive ending with, and now there's going to be a definitive return? It's very possible, Lori. Very possible that you'll probably hear from someone around your birthday, Christmas time, New Year's, who's looking to kind of reconnect just a little bit. Virgo season happens at the end of summer, beginning of fall. So, talking about September, right around September time, late August, September. So, that's what I see in terms of what's coming for you in love between now and the end of the year. It's for you that Venus Mars conjunction is going to be really nice in the because it's going to hit your seventh house. Um, yeah, I like that. I get the jiggy jiggy girl, as our friend Charlotte would say, get the jiggy jiggy. Um, all right. All right, let's go ahead and see. Let me see who else sent payments because I did see a few other payments come in while I was working with Lori. I want to go ahead and get those folks on the list. Lori, if you're welcome to book another reading, like a personal, like private, not personal, but like a private twin flame reading if you're curious to look at more there. Um, all right, let's see. Oh, Crystal, you keep me rolling, girl. Okay. Alan, you're going to be next. Then we're going to do the vent. And then let me pop over to my other app and just see where else people have paid. Okay. Oh, Lori, you wanted a pull on this. You got the three card tarot. Let's see what's coming up for you in love on this year. You got the three card pull. I totally forgot, Lori. Let me make sure I pull it for you. All right. What's coming up for Lori in love? Let's see. 1, 2, and 3. All right. Very nice. Okay. So the cards that came out, this is my Light Seer Tarot. I just got that deck. It is just so pretty. Okay, so we've got the Sun and we've got the Ace of Wands. And ooh, I like that energy. This is fresh start, new beginning. This is the opening of a new chapter for you in the world of love. But then coming out in reverse, we have the Four of Wands and we have the Queen of Swords. And so this is telling me um, that part of what's providing this new beginning for you, Lori, is the completion of a cycle where you had been committed to some probably two things. One, pretty negative thinking about yourself or about love prospects and love, the possibility of stability and love coming your way. Like there could have been a lot of awfulization, catastrophization, a lot of negative energy in your mental space about yourself, your twin connection, your twin journey, your twin themselves, that, that kind of like, negative thinking, negative words, negative thoughts. Even if it was just in your pain or in your grief, that kind of mental behavior is coming to a close. And because it's coming to a close, it's providing this new beginning with the sun card where you're starting to see possibility again. You're starting to see life as being on your side again. You're starting to see the fertility around you again when it comes to love and possibility. And this Ace of Wands is really showing me that there's an illumination here from your third eye center, really. It's an illumination and a consciousness, an evolution in your consciousness that is showing you a different way to think about yourself and your possibilities when it comes to love. And it's that work that you're doing that's creating this new beginning. So hopefully that resonated for you in terms of, just understanding that you're coming into a very new place and that in that new place, um, you get the opportunity to love again. All right. Let me, good grief. Okay, now PayPal signed me out. I got to sign back in. Let's sign back in. I don't want to track any information. Okay, thank you. Okay, so there you have it, Lori. All right, Olivia, no, Marianne, you are after the vent. Olivia, you are going to be after Marianne. Amal Amy, you are going to be after Olivia. Then we have Ken. Then we have Jessica. Jessica D. Okay, let me make sure, see if anything else. Okay. All right. And then let me go back to the other app, see if I missed anything. You guys post your question in the chat when I come to your turn. Don't need to put your question in the payment app or email it to me. Definitely don't do either one of those. Okay, because I'm not going to be able to find it when it's your turn. So just be prepared to copy and paste your question in the chat when it is your turn. Alan, sweetheart, it's your turn. So go ahead and paste your question, and I'll read for you. Okay, Alan and the vent. Got the single chart. Okay, cool. All right, let me see what's going on in this chat. Did Alan post yet? No, probably not. Alan, are you here? Oh, she said she had to leave. We'll see if she's gonna come back. Okay. Anyways, let's see. JD sent payment. Okay. So JD, I have you. You're gonna be after Ken. Hope, Love, and Sunshine. I called all the names, so hopefully you have heard your name. Thanks, EL. I'm glad the channel has helped you. Ken, I got your payment. Ascension Essentials, it closed already and it reopens at the end of the year and it stays open for a couple of years after that. Um, yes, I've been feeling optimistic. I'm open to other possibilities, but still think of my twin often. Just want to check on where things might be going. Very nice, Lori. Okay, so Alan must have left, so I'll have to send that back. Okay, the vent, it is you, girl. Are you ready? Um, Hello, is my journey going through the right path? Andrea, this I don't see a payment here from you. So if you want to make a payment, I can definitely hook your reading up. Um, I can add you to the list. You're welcome, Ascension Essentials. Great to see you here. Hopefully, you're doing well. Um, Marianne, you're going to be after the vent. And I know the vent said she didn't quite have her question prepared. Um, oh, good. There you are. Okay, good. So if you want to drop a question in the vent, and then Marianne, if you want to get ready, that would be great. Um, and then Andrea, if you want to make a payment, then I can add you to the list. And you're welcome to ask a question when it's your turn, hun. Um, What's interesting about, and so I'll just share a little bit on expand on Ascension Essentials question about a union window. What's interesting about Princess Butterfly, you just need to go ahead and make a payment and then you sent your question. I don't see it, girl. Um, oh, I know why I don't see it. Okay, I need to switch my account. I'm on my K-Moon instead of K-Moon Live account. But just to expand on the union window information there, what can happen is the union window is open and sometimes there can be extenuating factors in um, individual twins charts. And when that happens, that those extenuating factors that are kind of like there's a pull there for us to come together, but in the event, I'm going to pull up your chart while I'm explaining this so we don't lose any more time. Marianne, if you could get your question ready, that would be great so we don't lose any more time. The thing that can happen is like Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, or Pluto can decide that a person has other things to do during that union window. It's like they're making a specific transit. Those outer planets are making a specific transit to their inner personal planets, Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Venus. And when the outer planets transit the inner planets, even if the union window is open, it's going to lead to a period of time that creates and facilitates union with self more than it will union on the outside, on the three dimension with somebody else. So it's useful to know your chart and your transits for that reason. Okay, the vent. Do I have this right? 11/3/1991. I really don't. Okay, let's edit chart data. Okay, Staten Island, New York. Let's see. New York. What were you doing on Staten Island though? 11/3/1991, 11:55 a.m. Okay. Okay. 55, November 3rd, 1991. Too funny. Tell me some deep shit. One of these two. Is this little soulmate fling gonna last? And that's a Capricorn fling. Okay. Or anything about my career. Either one. I don't care. Okay. Well, for me to answer the soulmate question, I would need to have known when that person came in. So let's talk about your career so we don't have to go too deep in the weeds there. Oh, mama. Okay. So you are up for a big change in the world of career, I see. And it's coming. It's coming next year. There's, first of all, I see money. I see new money. I see opportunities for making money. I see money that you either planned for, worked for, and expected, or I see money that is like, I was applying for a new job and I had been looking, and the looking like suddenly pays off in 2022. Um, and what's happening here, part of this has to do with your Saturn return and the fact that you are moving into a place where you're getting more aligned with the work you're supposed to be doing here on the planet. And the other piece of this has to do with the effort you've put in, as I said. There is a bit of a what you're looking for in terms of work, just to make sure that the opportunity hits the way it's supposed to hit. What you're looking for is something that allows you to use this deeper part of yourself, the part of yourself that, first of all, is investigative, has that kind of suspicious nature to it. You work overnights and I'm tired of it. Yes, that's how to return. Show me the money, honey. Yeah. And it has that capacity, allows you to do some of that richer, deeper kind of stuff. No wonder you're okay. Scorpio midheaven works overnights. That makes a ton of sense. Um, and so the what this could be you actually, if I'm being honest, this could be you moving into a type of work that may be more therapeutic in nature. You may be a coach. You may be moving toward something that is doing therapy with people. I don't know. This is really talking about communication, research, investigation, and communication. Um, this is also talking a little bit, interestingly enough, about fascinating, like not self defense, but like it's giving me conflict resolution vibes. And I don't know if you thought about mediation or moving into a direction, in that direction. You kept saying you want to be a life coach. Well, baby girl, what I would do if this were me and I were you, I would get into a coaching program. I would start with, kind of like a 6 month program, um, and focus on finding yourself a program that has a component that teaches you how to get clients. Don't sign up for any program that teaches you skills but doesn't teach you how to make money. Because if you want to coach, if you want to do anything, like learning the skill set itself is not enough. You also have to learn how to employ yourself, how to find clients, how to maintain clients, how to market and sell, all of that. Because when you work for yourself, that's 60% of the job. And if you don't like doing 60% of the job, you're automatically failing that job. Um, Mom discouraged you. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. No, boo, it's in you. You have it in you to go very deep with people and to hold a deep level of people's pain and trauma and transmute it in a way that it's like they walk into work with you one way, and just you in with you in one conversation they can walk out a very different person. I get it that mom discouraged you, but listen, your our parents' job was really to build the box that kept us safe. Our job is to transcend that box and become who we're meant to be. So honey, what I'm going to need you to do is just tuck your mama's information and all of her big ideas for your life just on the shelf with that while you become who you were meant to be. Because you have some real badass abilities as a coach here in your chart. In fact, one other thing I'm going to encourage you to do is look for coaching programs that specifically specialize in helping people with trauma, that are low key like, or lightweight therapeutic programs, and that teach you some skills that therapists have, because you have the capacity to go deep and to work with people in that place. And in that place, Crystal, you're going to find that that's where you shine. That's where you thrive. Not the kind of like, let me help you quit smoking, reach your weight loss goals, or, you know, be your cheerleader and go get that job. You have the kind of chart that's very much, let me see your pain and work with you on why you're letting it hold you back so that we can stop the foolishness and get you on track in your life. Let me get you out of repeating cycles of trauma that's leading to procrastination, that's stopping you from being who you're really meant to be. So I really love that, you and your mom have this relationship where you listen to her, but this is Saturn return. It is one of these transits where you are meant to be listening more deeply to yourself. So go get it. I don't have any resources, but you know what? The Google is a great one. Okay. Um, Ken says amen to that. One thing they don't teach you in law school is how to get people to pay you. Yeah, man, they really don't. So, well, good luck, the vent. I do like deep stuff just like that. Yeah. I mean, you had too much Scorpio energy not to, baby. Yes, like Thais stuff. Well, then do the Thais coaching program. But mommy, let me tell you, you need to figure out a separate program on how to get clients if you're going to do that one, because I don't think her program teaches how to get clients and maintain clients and that kind of thing. So, whatever you do, know that that has to be a part of your education. I halfway didn't listen to her, just went to the wrong school. Okay. Yeah. No, you got this, the event. Go on back, because the eclipses of next year are set to put you on a very new path, the event. So let's go ahead and jump in with Marianne. Thank you, Marianne, for having your question ready and your information there. Olivia, you're going to be next. Don't paste it yet, Olivia. Just get it ready, because when I call your name, I want to be able to have it be right there up front in the chat so I can find it. Okay. So, Olivia and Amal Amy, you two get ready. Marianne, let's dive in. Okay, good luck with that event. Yeah, the Scorpio Taurus eclipse cycle is going to put you on a new track, and that starts in November. And so is Venlo. So is your Saturn return, but this all really jumps off next year, the event. And it's just going to be really important for you to be prepared to take some new steps toward a different career. You really have it in you to go deep with people. Don't hold yourself back from that. Okay. All right. Mary Ann, I would love to know if there is going to be a job for me in the near future that I will really love and that is not temporary. That is a great question, Mary Ann. Let us discover this together. Okay, I see where the changes were in your world. Let me hit my timer. Okay. And let me come back in the chat. Miss Marianne. Okay. So where's your natal Mars? In Gemini. Okay. So we need this eclipse cycle to end, because what's happening is the Sag Gemini eclipse cycle has been impacting your natal Mars, and Mars is the ruler here of your midheaven. Secondary ruler of the 10th house here is Venus. Venus sits with Mars here in Gemini, and the two of them have been getting a 1-2 punch from the eclipse cycle. The two of these sit on your axis of manifestation: 11th house wish fulfillment, 5th house creativity. And what you've been asked to do during this cycle, to be honest with you, Marianne, is to do something a little bit like what I was just describing to the vent. You're kind of meant to learn how to fish for yourself. trying to work for somebody else with an Aries midheaven and with a Jupiter in the 10th house, like you have, is going to be difficult for you in this lifetime. And with the rulers of your 10th house and midheaven hanging out in the house of wish fulfillment on the axis of manifestation, Leo first house, and what is that? Virgo. So yeah, girl, you have entrepreneurial energy, Marianne. Um, you've probably worked a job your whole life, but given the way Pluto has blown up the world of industry and economy since 2008, this, what the world you understood, Marianne, and the way that you understood it when it comes to work doesn't exist anymore. After 2008, when Pluto hit the very beginning of Capricorn, the world of business and industry, where there were an abundance of jobs and jobs kind of just, they didn't grow on trees. You had to work for them, you had to be qualified for them. But as long as you were qualified, you could get one and you could make decent money. That whole life has been crumbling ever since 2008. And we have been moving steadily toward what economists and people who work in social economics are calling a gig economy. And so, what I want you to understand is this concept of like, I can be qualified enough to make a job occur. That's done. What you actually need to be willing to do at this juncture is lean into those things about yourself that actually, when I look at your chart, kind of got you in trouble a little bit when you had jobs in the past. This independent nature, this need to do things yourself, this need to figure out, to kind of like do your own thing. And your boss may have said, well, do this and this. And you were like, well, I can also see that it's going to work best this way. And so you would just kind of do that. That part of you that has the ideas, that has the industriousness, that has the creativity, that has that kind of willingness to give something a go, that part of you that may have gotten you in trouble in other jobs, that's the part of you you're supposed to be leaning on through this Sag Gemini eclipse cycle. And this eclipse cycle hit you one other time. It hit you in 2012, Sag Gemini eclipse cycle, 2011, 2012. And it's hitting you again this year. And if you continue to try and like go back to what things were, you're going to find that this is just going to get very, very, very complicated for you in another few years. Because Uranus also during this period of time hit that 10th house for you. And it's been specifically trying to get you to quantum leap forward, do a new thing, become a new person, change dramatically from what you were doing into what you need to be doing. This was the transit that was meant to liberate you from employee mentality and get you into entrepreneur mentality. So all of that, I want to just say for you is it's a real, like, this is a time to turn over a new leaf, Marianne. Could you get a job? Maybe. Happy upcoming birthday, by the way, hun. Could you get a job? Maybe. Would it last? Probably not. And the reason why is because you're supposed to be moving in a very different direction. Okay. So there are lots of trainings out there for women entrepreneurs. You can Google this, how to start a business in your 60s, women entrepreneur training. Take a look at Sage Levine. Take a look at Marie Forleo. Take a look at Thrive Leadership Academy. There's tons of places that can teach you how to get clients, how to build a business, all of that, how to figure out what your message, what you can charge, all of that. There's tons of places. These places have been around for a long time. But my recommendation would be to get about the business of not trying to go back, but instead move forward based on what I just saw. So let's just see what the cards have for you in terms of your work. I'm going to use the Black Angel Oracle for you. And I'm going to also pull one Light Worker Oracle for you. So we can just get a sense of what is the purpose, where should you be looking in terms of what your gifts are, what you can bring to the world? What can Marianne bring? What are her gifts? What should she be looking for in terms of how to serve humanity? Okay. Oh, so you're a guide. I see. Okay. Black Angel Oracle, what can you tell me? What are Marianne's gifts? What does she bring to the table that other people do not? What are Marianne's gifts? That is like 20 whole cards. Let's try that again. I just need one. Okay. And I'm getting to use that bottom one, the Reaper. Okay, let's see what the Reaper has to say for you. Inquirer, Pathfinder, Queen, Vote Maker, Reader, Reaper. Your own life is worthy. Waking path, high spiritedness. Sleeping path, yearning. Well, doesn't that just make sense? Yearning to have a job when waking path is high spiritedness and creating your own. Okay, for your soul revival as a reaper, you must find a meaning in what you want to do in life and not in what is expected of you. How great you are is how much you make a place for yourself in the world. You may have been applauded for your work, yet you still walked away empty. Those applauses fade over time if you're not fed with what you do in your life. Feeding your soul requires tending to your dreams, tending to your visions. Okay, Marianne, I'm just intuitively really picking up as well that what I am telling you is not news. In fact, you've discouraged yourself. You've told yourself that what it is that you want to do, you can't do. You're too old to do, or you don't know how to do, or it's too late to do. And I just need to call bullshit that none of that is true. None of that is real. That's nonsense. You know it. I know it. Everyone here in this chat knows it. I love you. This is why I'm telling you. I don't want you to go another day telling yourself those false stories about your dreams. Because in the end, what that is you giving up your light and basically telling your light it doesn't deserve to shine. And that's soul death. Don't annihilate yourself. We live in a world that's already trying to annihilate light workers. Don't participate in that. Okay. So this goes on to say, a reaper needs to be as meticulous about her own life work as she is about others' work. Using your high spiritedness to create your soul work is to create a life of worth to you. All right, beloved, that's a word right there. That is a word. So second ray of wisdom, let me just see what's going on with that card. Number 2, second ray of wisdom. Second ray of wisdom is a consciousness of loving wisdom straight from the heart of the universe. It amplifies the magnetic power of attraction, empowering you to pull your life into your life, all that is needed for your life work. It brings the opportunity to heal, restore, and understand through the power of love and the light of ancient wisdom. The spiritual master known as the Buddha is with you now to help you fully receive and integrate the blessing of this ray of light from the universe. Yeah. Stop participating in your own soul annihilation, Marianne. You know what you need to do. Stop telling yourself you can't, it's too late, all those things that we tell ourselves. You're not the only one. We all do that in different ways. Even the vent was saying her mama did it to her. If your mama did it to you, don't you go ahead and continue doing it to you. All right. We all need to let that stuff go. I'm cheering for you, Marianne. I'm trying to start for myself as a healer, but no clients yet. Okay. So Marianne, here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to say the same thing I told the vent. Marie Forleo. Some of y'all, let me just take y'all on a quick tour, y'all, because I can see this is going to be a theme. my light workers up in here, I love y'all and I need y'all to figure out how to get you some clients. So I'm just pausing right here because I want all of y'all to know where to find the help. This chick right here, Marie Forleo, this is how you find you some clients, is how you get started. You guys, you have to learn how to market. You have to learn how to sell. You have to figure out which marketing platform is right for you. It doesn't have to be YouTube. It could be TikTok. It doesn't have to be TikTok. It could be Instagram or Facebook. It doesn't have to be social media at all. It could be going to conferences. It doesn't have to be offline conferences. It could be giving talks or going to schools, but you have to figure out how to source, how to get in front of people in order to be able to bring clients into your business. And you have to learn the numbers of that. Like, how many people does it take to be in front of in order to get to a place of financial stability? You have to learn those skills. And so I get it. There's not a lot of places talking about this. I don't know this woman personally. I've done her program. It has certainly helped me quite a bit. Um, I would take a look at her case studies here. B School, Marie Forleo. It starts in July. It is a 6-week program. It will change your life. Next one, Thrive Academy. Um, that one's all online. Thrive Academy is also online. It's run by a couple named Jesse and Charlotte. You may not like Marie's vibe. She's on YouTube. You may not resonate with her. Jesse and Charla may resonate with you. Check them out. They have programs that help people understand how to create clients, client attraction code, client attraction mastery. Let's go over here to programs introduction really quick because they have different levels of program for different stages of entrepreneurship. Okay. I want you guys to look into this. Those of you who are light workers who are trying to figure out how to fill a practice, how to feel confident about your rates, right? Discover how to heart sell so that clients talk themselves into working with you. That's that one. Let's see. Attract clients, reach goals, do social media, get unstuck with tech. This is good. Oh, I love them. Implement anti racism actions in your business. Go ahead for the allyship, Jesse and Charla. All right. Okay. So, yeah, get you some help, y'all. Don't keep spinning around on this stuff by yourself. Go work with some people. Let's talk about Sage Levine. Okay. Business mentor for women. So here she is, Women Rocking Business, Rock Your Mission Blueprint. She's got some great programs. Let's go over here. Entrepreneurial Leadership Academy. It's 1 year long. Clarify your message and craft your offer. Have a money breakthrough. Master enrollment conversations. That's the sales conversation. How to get someone to say yes to signing up for a 6-month coaching program with you. Fill your practice. Develop valuable relationships. Marianne and the vent, I want y'all to bookmark this chat. Take each one of these, put these links into a safe place so that you guys can take a look at these things for yourselves. Because these are the kind of things that you're going to need in order to be able to thrive as an online business owner. So I just gave you 3 great options. I've done different kinds of work with all 3 of them over the past 10 years. I have literally paid thousands of dollars in understanding how to have the mindset that makes money and to understand how to market. And I am telling you that because I spent more time learning how to market and sell than I spent learning how to coach, learning how to do my craft, learning how to read charts. Because 60% of what I do is marketing. The rest of it is like, if it's cute if I get to help a client or two, but I really want you to understand that stepping into the gig economy, stepping into business ownership, it takes that level of investment in yourself. You also have to love marketing. You have to get to know what it takes to so that you're not living in poverty consciousness. The broke healer is not a trope that I want you guys perpetuating. Okay. So I share all of that to say, go get you some team, some support, some help, some classes. It's out there. You guys are going to be great. You just have to be willing to invest in your education. Okay. I love you guys. And I really want you guys to have strong, powerful businesses in the third dimension. So you have to get some third dimension training. Okay. Okay. Oh, good, Olivia. I love you too. All right. Good, Marianne. You could live in a camper and do all of that. Kelly says yes to B school. I did another program after B school, which I wish I did prior to it. It's called Wink Women in Community. Very good. Thank you for sharing that, Kelly, that resource. You guys take these resources and bookmark them. Um, okay. Okay. All right, great. Okay, let's just go back here. All right. Ken's been doing it to yourself. Don't do it to yourself, Ken. Stop. You guys, don't extinguish your light. Learn the vehicles to get it to shine, but don't you put it out. Um, good, sweet Blackberry. Thank you for that encouragement for everyone. Um, okay. Olivia, baby girl, my love, Olivia, it is now your turn, and I thank you for your patience. After I do Olivia, then it's Amal Amy. Okay, let's jump in. Sorry that took so long, but I really wanted to get like connect y'all. Clearly, I need to, do like an entire short video on stepping into your light work and managing the material realm for you guys. Okay. You okay? Went to iPad. Great. Yeah, belly jar. I just don't have time to work with people in the comments. And I know people can be nasty to one another, nasty about their twin, nasty about their journey. They use the comments as a venting ground, as opposed and like a personal diary to verbal vomit a lot of their stuff. And I know that's not everybody, but enough people do it where I'm like, you know what, this isn't constructive. It's not helpful. It's not validating to anyone's journey when it happens. And I don't have time to go through and delete all that stuff for people. So I skipped that. Um, it just wasn't really useful to me or to anyone else. August 22nd, 1990, Sydney, Australia. Let's get into this. Olivia, Australia. Plus, I think people really, one of the things that I've become extraordinarily sensitive to once I started reading Belly, and this is for everyone else too, is that when you make a comment and you think you're just venting, just getting it out there, just sharing your experience, what actually happens is that another 100 to 200 people will come through and read that comment. And then in their perception of you, they're creating a mental construct that energetically they've now attached to your energetic field. And if it was negative, now you have 100 people amplifying negativity in your space. People forget that what you put out there gets amplified when other people hold it in their consciousness constructs. And I was just like, you know what, this again, not useful. So that's why I was like, self care. It's not just self care for me, but it's a level of self care that I stand in accountability to this community to not let them shoot themselves in the foot like that. Cause it just, ugh, especially last year, people were in such nasty spaces. I didn't like that with Pluto and Jupiter doing the things they were doing in the Mars square. People were in a really nasty space. All right, 22nd. 822. So that is why my comments are off. I thought about turning them back on. I really did. And I was like, you know what? Not worth it. Um, Miss Olivia, what's your birth time though, babe? event. I knew Kay had the resources. I knew it. I knew she was sitting on it. Freelance graphic designer now. I'm bored to death of it. Hasn't grown. Started YouTube on spirituality, food in January, but it is slow. Taking classes in shamanism, cacao ceremony, yoga this autumn. Welcome from South Africa, Sonia. Great to have you. Okay. Where's the birth time though? That's deep. Can you put it in a Hallmark card though? um, 16:30. Thank you. 4:30 p.m. Okay. Perfect, Olivia. Let's get into what's going on. You stay strapped with the information. I told y'all, I said this on my channel. Look, people want to come to me for healing, but I am a glorified hall monitor. I sit outside the university classes and I know to tell you where to go get the information, but I can't give it to you myself. I know where it lives, but I can't give it to you. Okay. Ooh, look at you. Another Scorpio midheaven, Olivia. Like the vent. This is great. Okay. Um, so you're bored and you want to change in career. Um, okay. Olivia, Olivia. Let me go back up. Olivia. What's in the stars for career? Okay. Well, similar to the vent, to be honest with you, you're due for a big change as well. And the reason you're due for a big change has to do with the arrival here of Uranus at the bottom of your chart, aspecting the very top of your chart, that midheaven point. We're also going to have the Scorpio Taurus eclipse cycle begin in November, and it's going to last into next year and give you some big changes career wise. I see money coming in as well for you. Hallelujah. I also see here, and that's after a big money kind of like you had some money stalls here. I see with Saturn crossing over Neptune. And the reason money was stalling for you last year and the year prior had to do with the fact that you were meant to streamline your services, get them into alignment with who you really are and what you're meant to be doing. You're supposed to be doing for yourself some kind of work. Again, there's something about depth here with the scorpionic energy. Scorpionic energy, it's a different type than the one we were exploring earlier because this for you, where's natal Mars? Okay. The design work could continue to work for you, but for you, there's something here about excavation. It could be a little bit about research. Where does natal Neptune sit? This is about building. Honestly, I don't know if you've thought about work in the world of finance, investments, grants, loans, banking. If you wanted to be an accountant, that could actually work really well for you. Um, where is Olivia? There's also another thing here too. Um, how can I put this? Where is Jupiter? Yeah. You can do work with other people in terms of servicing them and helping them express and be themselves, but you do best work behind the scenes in a lot of ways. There's an energy of advocacy here for you. So I get why you are doing the graphic design, but you said you're bored with it. I think some of what's meant to happen is you kind of need a you for you. Um, yeah, you're bored because it hasn't grown, is what you're saying here. You need a you for you. You need someone who can rebrand you, craft that message, clarify what you're doing, and repackage it in a way that illuminates and highlights your special gift and what you bring to the table. Because my guess, when I'm looking at your chart for the way you're set up, if the graphic design business had grown, if you had the kind of clients that you wanted, if you had a wait list, my suspicion for you is that you would actually feel really good about continuing to do it. It wouldn't be boring at all if you had back to back clients who were the kind of clients you actually like working with. And so, one of the things that this Saturn transit has been trying to get you to do is dial in into who that is. For you specifically, Jesse and Charla Thrive Academy or Marie Forleo B School, those are the right directions for you. I would whittle that down because those two programs really focus deeply on who's the right client for me, why are they the right client for me, and how do I find them? How do I get those clients to come toward me? So I would start the process of digging into your own rebrand, Olivia. Hey GMS, it's great to see you here, sweetheart. Um, I would start the process. I don't actually enjoy it though. I've been feeling drawn to more spiritual work, Reiki, etc. Okay, got it. Then you could flip it. You could flip it because that Scorpio energy in your midheaven has the capacity to do healing work, but it's more so depth healing work. Like I think the Scorpio energy really deals with some of the dark and the shadow as well as the light. Not, and if you just do the light, you're going to find yourself bored once again. Um, and so you're welcome to vent. Um, I'm reaching into an old bag for me. I did it for years. So, hey, Melissa, what I would say is consider doing the training in spirit release therapy, Olivia, because there is a training that Terrence Palmer offers. And that kind of stuff where you are literally using your psychic ability to see, remove dark force entities from people's spaces, from their energetic field, restoring their chakras to sovereignty, closing portals that are in their space, that are stopping them from being able to have their full energy available in their space, and doing it for people worldwide. I think that would be more interesting to you in addition to the Reiki, and you can really build out a return to spiritual sovereignty service that way. Um, where it's just like, okay, so return to spiritual sovereignty. We're going to do 2 weeks of Reiki, and then we're going to do an SRT. We're going to close out with a chakra realignment, and then we're going to see where you're at and what you need and if you've come into balance. So that kind of thing, that kind of program, if you were to build that kind of thing, I think you'd be more interested. Okay. Thank you, the vent. I have a girl crush on you too. Hopefully that was helpful for you, Olivia. I love you guys. I just want to see my light workers thrive. Amal, Amy, it's your turn, babe. Let's jump in with Amal, Amy. Hopefully that was helpful for you. You got to let me know, Olivia. If you want to go deeper on it, Olivia, we can sit in a session and really pick apart more of what's going to be a fit for your chart, given what your passions are. But if you do it a private, like one-to-one reading for that. And I don't think we would need more than 30 minutes. Okay. Okay. So Megan's on the list. Let me go back to the other payment app. And okay, Andrea, I'm adding you to the list. Andrea A. Diana, I'm adding you to the list. Okay. So hopefully that's helpful for you guys. I want to see y'all thrive so bad. I'm so sad of hearing the broke light worker story. Like, no, like we deserve to be here in the third dimension too. Okay, Amy. Okay, let's have it. Hope, Love, and Sunshine, May 9th, 1970, Beirut. Let's get into it. Miss Amal, Amy, May 9th, 1970, Beirut, Lebanon, Beirut, 625. May 9th, 1970, 6:25 p.m. All right, cool. Miss Amy, share May 9th, 1970. Oops, come back, chart. Okay. All right. Worried about money. Okay. Hope, love, and sunshine. We'll dig into money. Um, Concerned over finances. As I resign from my corporate job that's full of negativity and frustrations. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Okay, but I'm glad that you freed yourself of that. Let's just see what's going on here. Um, concerned about money. Quit the job. When did you quit? Hope, love, and sunshine. I was about to say hope, love, and finances. Hey, that's a motto too. We'll take hope, love, and finances. When did you quit? This was 2018. Was it about that time? I'm looking 2018, 2019. Okay. Um, November of 2020. Okay. Oh, okay. So you quit right at you were at okay. And then you had the new beginning here in Aquarius. Okay. All right. So then the rule, okay. So it's here. You had been getting those signs to leave that job for a while. Um, because this is showing me that the departure date was looking like 2018, 2017, so that you made it. Been a shit show for over a decade. Yeah. This is telling me that you were supposed to have been gone. So there was a window for egg. Okay, so here's how this works, people. The transits hit, and we have free will to skip what it is that they're asking us to do. When we skip what it is that they're asking us to do, we put in delay the blessings that are meant to follow the difficulties. And so some of what has happened here, I mean, you got to trust that you did this in the right way for you, but I am seeing that there was an exit for you back in around 2017, 2016, and there would have been a new financial beginning in a completely new place very quickly on the heels of that had you done it at that time. You waited, which is fine. It's fine to wait, but what's happened now is the next financial new beginning is a bit of a ways away. That's the challenge that you're facing right now, is that financially, some of what you're going to need to do, golly, because Saturn's not going to renew you in your career sector for a little while. You've got a ways to go, to be honest with you. I would say about another year and a half before there is a big change in the world of career. Yeah, all that shows up, girl. All that shows up. And so, because there's this delay now between what the exit point was back then, and you got to trust that for whatever reason you didn't leave at that time for because maybe it just wasn't feasible or reasonable or appropriate. Maybe you had a mortgage to pay off, or emotionally you just didn't have the scaffolding you needed to go at that point. But this is one of the things that it's really important to understand, that when the planets say move and spirit says go, you need to move and not delay on these things, because now there's a backup. There's a bit of a delay here for you. What this is sharing with me is that Saturn here is going to get to this 26-degree mark, but it's not going to be until the very end of next year, the end of the first quarter of 2023. And at that point, new job, new money is going to show up. But between now and then, if you're already worried about finances, then we're in trouble. So my recommendation for you, based on what I'm seeing here, the way you can sort of bridge yourself between now and then, there's something that you've done in your past that you may not have loved, but you know how to do, that you can leverage. You can bring it back online now to make money to get you through between now and then. Okay. And so what you're being asked to do is just to lean into that. What what this is going to require, and I want to prepare you mentally for this. Um, okay, that's good. Uranus, where is Neptune? Where's natal Saturn? Yeah, okay, got it. What this is going to require, and I want to prepare you mentally for this is going to require a bit of the tightening of the finances. I don't know where you live. Um, Crystal, please. Oh my gosh, you kill me, girl. What it is that you're going to have to tighten up your money, how you're spending your money in order to make it through this bridge period. You're going to need to get yourself a bridge job while you figure out the next thing. Okay. And what the bridge job situation is going to be is, and Barbara Stanny talks a lot about this. She's the author of Overcoming Under Earning. She was Her father was the R in H&R Block, and he specifically didn't like her husband was a gambler. She tells the story in her book. Her husband was a gambler. He gambled away their joint money as a couple. She turned to her father, who was filthy rich, and said, Dad, I need you to help me restart my life because I'm going to get a divorce from this man who's a gambler. Her dad looked her dead ass in the face and said, I'm not helping you with shit, girl. You got to figure this out for yourself. And so that was a moment of awakening for Barbara where she said, I have to become financially responsible for myself. No man, no husband, no father is going to save me. It's very similar to what you just said here, Hope. And so, what I want you to understand is for you, what she talks about in one of her more recent books is a concept called a bridge job. And what a bridge job does is it pays you just enough money, but it doesn't consume exorbitant amounts of your time so that your mind is free to get you started on the next step. And this is showing me that there is something that you've done in your past that's going to be a bridge job for you to take that on now while you construct your next step. It's literally like you're going to get in this makeshift life raft before you're able to get on, the pontoon boat to get yourself out of this situation. Okay. Um, so all of that to say, where are you at? Hope. Okay. So all of that to say, I see you're worried about money. The bridge job is going to be available to you in the now time. Do what you need to do to start constructing, like to go find it. Again, like I said, it's something you've done in the past. You're going to need to tighten your finances. Specifically, what this was showing me you were going to have to tighten was the amount you were spending on your home. You're going to need to find a home that costs you less money at the moment in order to get through this transitional period. You'll be able to re-expand again in the future, but this transitional period is going to call on you to do something different for now. Let me just see. I need to make a deck for people about stepping into their light work and dealing with their money, since these light workers like their cards. Let me go ahead and do your 3-card pull. Amal's worried about money. What can you tell her? Thank you very much. What do you want Amal to know? Okay. Four of Wands upright, Judgment upright. Yeah, you're going to be able to recover from this. Three of Wands reversed, Two of Pentacles reversed. Okay, this is telling me you have some decisions you need to make. Um, it was definitely the right thing to leave for sure. You should not have stayed any longer with this Four of Wands and Judgment because there is going to be it. What this did for you is it set your spirit free. The problem with staying where you were with the way these cards came out was that it wasn't, you could not create your next step from being held captive inside that job that you had hope and love. And so taking the step to free yourself was the right move, even if it meant financial constriction. Pay attention to what I said in the read about tightening up your finances, especially what you spend on home. The rest of this, the other card that came out here, Three of Wands clarified by Two of Pentacles reversed. This is telling me no more waiting, get off your booty, do not pass go, do not collect $200. Make a decision that you are going to save yourself at the moment. Make a decision to give yourself the bridge job. Like, go find, like, don't perseverate, don't go back and forth, don't wait. Make some decisions to get yourself to financial safety. Don't let yourself live on the edge or live on the brink of being homeless, that kind of thing. Okay. Um, so there you have it. That's what I have for you, Miss Amal. Um, I know you're going to be able to figure this out. It's definitely a tough situation. Trust that, spirits got you. Just keep moving forward. If you want to look more deeply into career next steps, a private reading is the best way to do that. Elvin, great to see you. Thank you so much. Okay. Ken, it's your turn, hun. Let's go ahead and dive in. Um, what is Ken's question? Uh, hey, Paulina, there's a pinned question at the top of the chat in blue, and it shows you how to get on the list. Okay. While we're waiting on Ken to post, Ken, I saw your question just come in. Here's Barbara's website. She recently got married to a new man. I guess his last name is Hewson. Um, and so I would recommend her books. Her books are fantastic. Since I'm, showing y'all where to get your money right. Um, her books have helped me so much. They're incredible. So, first book, breaking through, getting past the stuck points in your life. Finding a financial advisor. Secrets of Six-Figure Women. This was huge. It'll change your mindset. Prince Charming Isn't Coming. How Women Get Smart About Money. Incredible book. Overcoming Under Earning, a 5-step plan to a richer life. This one will help you guys a lot as well. And then Sacred Success. This is about really pairing your purpose and passion with your path to cash flow. So this one is also really good. And I guess this is a new one, Rewire for Wealth. I didn't know she published a new book, 3 steps any woman can take to program her brain for financial success. Y'all get with Barbara. Get with Barbara. She is a light worker of the highest order, and she is really out here trying to help women thrive in the third dimension. There is no need to be a broke light worker. All right, Ken. Let's jump on it. Let me see what's going on. Why did you have your first racy dream about your lady? Let's find out. Let me pull up your chart. File open. And after Ken, it's going to be JD. So, JD, go ahead and get ready. Ken, JD, Megan, Andrea, and Diana. And that's all we have on our list. And then we'll kind of see what's what, where people want to do more readings. Mm-mm-mm. Ken. Kelly, Ken. There we go. All right. So display transits of now. You just had a racy dream. Oh. Okay. Part of what's going on here is you've had Mercury retrograde in the later parts of your eighth house where sex and intimacy live. And that corresponds to the later parts of your dream house over here, which is mostly a Scorpio, all about the sexy time house. Um, so that's kind of what's the deal. You had that racy dream because the planetarily, some of what's going on here is mentally, your mind is revisiting a lot of this kind of stuff. Um, and it's just opening up again to the possibility of intimacy. Your brain is revisiting, opening up the pathways to intimacy mentally. Now, what's interesting about this specifically is that at the past full moon, we had Mercury conjunct the North Node, but right opposite that, here's our divine feminine conjunct the South Node. And because she's retrograding over the South Node, this situation here functions a bit more like a portal or resurfacing or reopening. And so at the tail end of your seventh house cusp, by opposition, that's a reopening toward intimacy with the divine counterpart there. So that's kind of what happened. Furthermore, we also had Jupiter arrive in Pisces and stop and spin backwards in the last week. With Jupiter stationing, it heightens everyone's intuition. Everyone's thoughts are amplified. Everyone's, feelings are now kind of in the ether, and all of our brains are functioning a bit more like highly tuned antennae that give us information that about others and sends information. So, Ken, here's what I want to say to you. And to everyone. At this time, I want us all to be very careful about what we're thinking and what we're saying about our counterparts. Because the veil, even though the two counterparts aren't moving synchronistically at this time, they're not in harmony in a union window, the veil between counterparts at this time is extremely thin, extremely thin. And so, what we're projecting into the joint space is it's very perceivable by them. So, doubt, fear, hope, joy, neediness, yearning, encouragement, faith, affirmation and validation, whatever you're like, this is the time to be more curated and very meticulous and disciplined about what you're allowing to happen in your conscious and subconscious around your connection, because their capacity to pick it up is going to be so real with Jupiter moving through Pisces. Okay. So, and depending upon, here's the other thing. I'm not talking direct one-to-one telepathy either, because a being has multiple layers of aura and filter that include different pieces of information and consciousness from multiple lifetimes and filters that the soul has before the message and the information actually reaches the conscious mind in this lifetime, right? And so, why she may have been projecting a lot of, wow, I really appreciate Ken, all of the layers and filter that may have had to come through may have had it land for you as sex, right? And so this is the other thing I want you to be very careful about is not, I've seen this go very sideways very quickly with people. For example, a long time ago, I had a client who was insisted that her and her twin were having astral sex. And then when she wanted to talk to her twin about the astral sex in the third dimension, he was like, "What are you talking about?" He looked at her like she had three heads. And she was like, "Why didn't he get it? He denied it. Why is he denying that we were having astral sex all afternoon?" I said, "Because information has to travel through layers of consciousness called the auric field before it arrives in the consciousness of the individual. It's never a one-to-one direct transmission unless you and your twin have actually practiced at that. It's very rare that one-to-one direct transmission is what happens. Instead, it's like a game of telephone. I don't know if you guys remember that game, playing telephone when you were kids. Well, as the message comes through multiple layers and multiple people, it gets warped by the time it's at the very end. It's not the same message at all. Okay. And so, because of that distillation, it's not even a distillation, it's like an adding on of layers of information through a filter. Because of some of that, it's really important to remember that what you are perceiving that you're receiving may not be the actuality of their reality. That guy, her twin, may have just been sitting there watching porn and having a flash or a memory of their sexual intimacy and then went right back to watching porn. Meanwhile, because of the elevation of her consciousness, it didn't come in as porn. It came in as astral sex between her and her counterpart because her consciousness had been elevated to a particular level. And so it's important to remember that, distortions can happen as information is transmitted because there are so many layers between our consciousness and our counterparts consciousness. But what I see here for you, going back to your specific reading, Ken, is just a vividness and amplification of your psychic sensitivity at this time. It's not to say that she wasn't thinking of you in any particular kind of way or any particular way, but it is to say that there is a revisitation of intimate thoughts in your own consciousness at this time that has the capacity to be psychically amplified and sent. So just be very mindful. The origination of this, Ken, for you was on your side. It wasn't on her side, it was on your side. Okay. Okay. And that would be why you would have had this dream because your brain is now ready to revisit those things. Let me see what else my Ken says. I heard that as a secrets to a woman with a figure. This is what I'm saying. Secrets to a woman with a figure is not what we were talking about, but layers of consciousness. And this is just me and Ken in the 3D, right? I literally said it with my 3D words. And because of the layers of consciousness it traveled through, it got interpreted and heard in a completely different way. And so, again, it's just an example, but what originated here in your consciousness as a revisitation of intimacy with her, your brain was just ready to go there at this time, which, to be honest with you, Ken, knowing where you've been, it's actually a great sign of healing that you're willing to go there in your subconscious mind at this time. It's a sign that you're ready to expand into the fullness of the connection again, and that you've done a lot of healing around some of the pain that you've experienced with the connection thus far. I feel like she regrets and wants to connect. I would never. All recent contact has been initiated by her in 3D. Very good, Ken. Very good. No, Bob, you can get a reading. You're welcome to jump on the list. because I never hardly have sex dreams. Yeah, it's a sign of your healing, Ken. It's a sign of your readiness to go there. Okay. So very good. I'm glad you're healing. Very, very glad. I'm so happy to also hear that most of the communication is being initiated by her at this time in the third dimension. That's great. Um, okay, so hopefully you guys all really got that telephone analogy. Let me know if you guys played telephone when you guys were kids and you understood what I was saying about the information being transmitted through layers of consciousness there, or if I need to clarify that. Jessica, JD, it is your turn. Then we have Megan, Andrea, and Diana. Let me just check and see what's going on with our payment apps here. JD, direct me, Guru Moon. I'm feeling pushed toward being an energy clearer, but I'm not sure why. Ooh, that could be really good, JD. Energy clearing is good. People need it. I'm not gonna lie. I could use one. In fact, I just got told I need, and I was shown I need to clear my energy again. Um, let's just see real quick who else to add to the list. What's your birth details, JD? Okay. I see Elvin jumped on the list. And then let me see what's going on in our friend Venmo. Yes, telephone made one with my son, made tons of sense. I think I feel like a buzzing, my twin. Yeah. Oh, Alan, we had your turn. Um, what is your question, Alan? What is your question? 9246. Okay. And then after Megan's on the list, but then we have Beth. I'm adding you, and I'm also adding Audrey. Sweet Blackberry. Okay. Let me find my way back to the live stream. Okay, August 1st, JD. Where were you born? Sudbury, Ontario. Okay. 8 1 1981. 12:58 a.m. 8/1/81. 12:58 a.m. Okay. All right. JD wants to know she's feeling drawn to what? Push toward being an energy clearer, but I'm not sure why. JD. Okay. Let's have a look. Oh, well, it's because you are one. Whether you mean to be or not is a different story. What's interesting, JD, is you may have found in this lifetime that people who carry a heaviness about them are always very attracted to you very naturally. And that they find themselves, it's like they come and they hang out with you, and then, they started hanging out with you and they didn't feel great, but then at the end of the hangout time, they just naturally feel better. You do have within you a transmutational ability to shift darkness into light. Uranus in Scorpio, and then Uranus as the ruler of your midheaven, has really set you up to be one of these people that can manipulate energy as an energy worker. And so it's very different than being an empath. It's not to say that you're not an empath, but this has more to do with literally bending energy to your will when it enters your field. And so one of the things that you may have happened um, in your lifetime, you may have seen, it's kind of like weird shit may happen around you sometimes. It's like people meet you and they like spontaneously burst out laughing, burst out crying. People may meet you and they kind of spontaneously, um, like you may have also seen weird electrical shit happen in your space as well. Like just unusual movements of and flows of energy. Like you may be standing also kind of like, do you have clairsentience? Yeah, you may be standing in your house, no windows open, AC or heat not on, and it's like you can kind of sense like a wind or a breeze brush past you, or see like a color rush past you in your clairvoyance as you get stronger. But yeah, it's because your energy field is like a transducer, so to speak. And it's already happening very, very naturally around you. You can also kind of notice like you walk in a room where people are doing something and the vibe suddenly changes, and it may have made you self-conscious in your childhood, like what's going on here, why is suddenly everything different, or like I don't know, I walked in and now all of a sudden things are different. um Aphantasia. The vent, is that what you have? Aphantasia? I don't know what aphantasia is. But it's like what I'm seeing here is that you may have walked in a room, things may really be different for you. Not be different, but it's like suddenly everything shifted the minute you walked in the room, and you may have felt like maybe you did something wrong, but it's just the natural response to a highly electrical field. Um, which is interesting. And that's part of the way you're meant to serve. It's part of the way you're meant to share with other people and support other people. It's part of the way. And so you can get conscious control over the gift, JD, by taking some changes. You can't see images in your mind. Yeah. Okay. Aphantasia. I had heard of that. Thank you. Um, so it's a non-visualization capacity. That's fine. You may be able to feel stuff. But yeah, I would get into some energy work training, so that you can amplify the gift, and start to learn how to harness it instead of it just kind of happening in your presence. Learn how to intentionally transmute energies and conduct energy, how to use it kind of like, light swords, lightsabers. So part of the reason you're being pushed, let's just see that real quick, has a lot to do with this Saturn transit as it hit your midheaven at the start of this year in December of last year. Saturn's trying to get you to get in alignment with exactly what it is that you're here to do. It's trying to push you in the direction of doing work that is going to be in alignment and of service. And because your ruler of your midheaven sits in the sixth house of day-to-day service, it's time. It's just time. Okay. JD, let's go ahead and have a look at what the cards want to say for your thing here. Um, Palini. After JD, we have Megan. Is Megan ready? Can you show us a bit more about the light work for JD? Can you show us JD's light work? Show us JD's light work. Show us JD's light work. Show us JD's light work. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So the card that came out for you was the power of the divine masculine. And what's shown is on the card. It's a really beautiful card. You can Google it and see the image, power of the divine masculine from the Lightworker Oracle deck. What's shown is an image of a man whose eyes are shut, but his hand light is flowing from his hands into the material world, and it's like manipulating atoms. Um, on that card. And so it just says an empowering energy seeks expression from within. It wishes to free you from confusion, paralysis, and stagnancy. It seeks to stir you into consciously chosen action, greater discipline, and focus. It's time to end the frustration of repeating old patterns. You're ready to break through into a new way of life. Feel inspired, be energized, and focused on your dreams and desires. Take steps to manifest them on the physical plane. Believe your success is inevitable. So, that card is specifically about using your masculine energy to manifest what it is you want to create on the physical plane. And so this is definitely about stepping into that light work, JD. Stepping into the light work, stepping into the gift that's already there. And in your case, where for everyone else we've talked to earlier so far today, it's been about like they have the tool. They now need to learn how to sell the tool. For you, it's about learning how to use the tool first. And so finding training that can help you, JD, figure out how to use the gift that's already in you so that it's not just kind of, I don't know if you ever saw X-Men, JD, that movie series X-Men. Thank you, Megan. Because now I'm going to go ahead and pull up your chart while I finish talking to JD. If you ever saw that series X-Men, and you remember how like the mutant kids had like these special gifts, and the gifts would just kind of happen to them like out of nowhere. And they wouldn't know what to do or how to use them until they went to the Charles Xavier School that taught them how to use their special gifts. That's what's being shown for you here. It's time to learn how to bring that gift 11 5 98, bring that gift into fruition with mastery and control. That's what this is about. That was not about you being a DM or a DF. That we were talking about your work world. Stay focused, girl. This is about you utilizing your internal masculine energy to cultivate your place on planet Earth as a light worker. Okay. So hopefully that was helpful for you. If you want to look more deeply, we can always do a private reading. But my recommendation would be to find a training that helps you leverage your light work, cultivate it. Megan says there's a Scorpio soulmate that just came in on June 24th. I'm a twin, but this feels faded. I think we may have a joint soul mission making videos on YouTube. Do I have thoughts? Is it potential to be long term? I know, JD, squirrel. Um, got it, guides. My guides love to send me certain messages, and squirrel is one of my messages. And I'm like, they were telling me earlier, they're like, you listening to yourself with this, right? You know what you need to do, right? And I was like, yes, y'all, I heard myself. Thank you. And they just came with you with the squirrel to be like, girl, focus, focus. I need you to focus. So Megan, for the kind of questions that you're asking here, um, to get a full answer, you do need a one-on-one reading, because I would need to look at his chart and your chart to really kind of see. Today is the day where my Scorpio people have rolled through. Like, Scorpio, show up. Like, what are y'all doing? All of y'all in my chat at the same time. Um, nope. Beth is not yet. Beth's a ways away. I'll go through the list after I'm done with Megan. I'm a twin, but this feels faded. So let's just see. The person came through on June 24th. So let's just see what was the point of that person coming through. 6/24. Oh, you like literally y'all just met? Like y'all met 6 days ago, Megan? And y'all already want to make YouTube videos together? Here's my recommendation. Let that play out. See where that's going to go. This is telling me an interesting story about the people in your world. Where is Megan? Okay. Hmm. 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 Um, I'm gonna just be really honest about what I'm seeing here. More than anything, this is telling me a story about this person and you having some incredibly sexy times together. That's what this is telling me. Now, if the videos you guys want to make are like on OnlyFans, right? If it's that kind of video where it's you two, providing some consensual adult entertainment, Megan, that kind of video could go really well for the two of you. I'm gonna be very honest about what I'm seeing. Um, but in terms of longer career stuff, in terms of the cycle you are in career wise, Megan, I mean, I see why you could see that with someone who came in at this time, but this has very little to do with partnering. Yeah, let it play out. See who this person is, Megan. What I do see immediately is hot sex on a platter. Like that's just here in spades. Like I got to call it like I see it. It looks like an incredibly magnetically charged connection from an intimate level, physically intimate level in the third dimension. Now, that aside, you are in a cycle where you are supposed to be figuring out how to share and communicate some of your own work on planet Earth. And if YouTube is your preferred platform, then go for it. That's your cycle. If you want to look at where he's at in his cycle, we would need to do that in a private reading, because I can only do one chart in a mini reading. But should you be making videos on YouTube? Most likely, yes. When I look at your chart, that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing you have an innate ability to call information out of the ether and place it into the world as a teacher. And you are supposed to be doing that in order to help humanity. That's part of your work here, is to be a guide and to be a channel and to be a medium. I see here how this person may have activated some of that for you, or maybe inspired or pressed those buttons. Their energy may have like doo, 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 like something clicked on in you and it's like, okay, it's time. But whether or not this person is meant to be a part of it, I don't know. And because there's such a strong theme today around sovereignty, my recommendation for you, Megan, is get let this play out but take the activation for what it was, as a message to you to get on the ball with sharing your channeling, sharing what it is that you're supposed to be sharing with other people. Um, yeah, there's a real, like, you're supposed to be sharing some messages with people in your chart. I see how someone in your world at this point could have activated that. um Enjoy the hot sex with that man, because that's real. Like, that was there in some very real ways. um but don't try to go into business and get financially involved with someone and divide and conquer labor with someone until you know who they are. It's just, I mean, like, y'all, be smart. Like, don't just jump into business the same way. Okay, now see, we're going to have an old school education here. The same way you're not supposed to be jumping in bed with somebody you just met, literally, don't jump into business with somebody you just met, because you could get into business with someone that you just met for 2 to 3 months, but then have that financially fuck up your life for years. Do not do that to yourself. Okay, what are you supposed to be seeing about this man in business? Let's go ahead and let's pull these cards. What's Megan need to know about this man and business? Thank you very much. What do they want you to know? Okay, it's not all bad. Okay, hey, I'm ready to be wrong. I am so ready to be wrong. Six of Swords reversed, and then I asked for the remaining two cards, but three came out. Nine of Cups upright, which is the wish fulfillment card. Three of Pentacles upright, which is the work together card. And then the Emperor upright. So look, I may be totally wrong. And then I got the Magician reversed on the bottom of the deck. I may be totally wrong. Your intuition may be on point. You are a Scorpio after all, and there may be something here for you to work on with this man. And these cards don't scream sex, they literally say work. Nine of Cups, Three of Pentacles, and the Emperor. This is about kind of fulfilling a wish by working together and then thus creating your own sovereignty. And the Six of Swords reversed, because that was the first one that came out. This is telling me that this is probably a return to a dream that you've already had. This is the return to something that you've had to give up, and that now you're going to return to it at this time. So he may be the person, he may be, but like I said, use some common sense. Like, don't just get in bed with him just because he showed up. Take, like, okay, like, you do it this way. Okay, spirit, thank you for the activation. I got the memo. It's time for me to move on this particular dream. I really appreciate it. Now, if he's really the person, I'm going to need you to show me some very specific signs. And I also want you to reveal, spirit, reveal to me any red flags that I need to be aware of before going forward. And just ask spirit to show you. And spirit will. Okay. Andrea, it's your turn. Andrea, if you would be so kind as to post your question, that would be fantastic. Good luck with it, Megan. Girl, take one for the team. Have that hot sex for the rest of us. Okay, where's Andrea? I heard something about hot sex. uh, uh, welcome back, the vent. Welcome, MY. It's so good to see you. Sexually barring the twin. Haven't been sexually attracted to anyone else. Oh, asexual barring the twin. Well, Megan, them days are over, honey. Over. Over. Do the Scorpios even have common sense? Yes. Well, sometimes it's, you gotta give yourself space to hear it, because sometimes you can drown in other people's feelings and interpret them as your own, unfortunately. What are my roles, gifts as an energy worker? Okay, Andrea. Um, yes. Um, July 4th, 1988. Andrea Alvarez. Thank you. 7/4/1988. Happy birthday, Andrea Alvarez. I need your birth time and location. You're welcome, Megan. You're welcome. The vent, I forgot already. I know I read for you. You're a Scorpio too, right? Um, Andrea, I'm okay. I'm sure you're typing it, but yeah, I need the location, the time, and the question. Oh, yeah, November 3rd. Yeah. Hey, Scorpio, come through. I love it. Hey, Pratham Joshi, welcome. Oh, okay. Is the moon in Scorpio today? What's going on? It was reckless. That sounds delightful, actually. Could use a bit of reckless right now myself. So, Megan, I'm gonna need you to take one for the team. Okay. How's my journey going? I feel so stuck and lonely at the moment. Okay, Andrea must have a delay in the chat. Oh, that's why. That's why all the Scorpios feel lit up to do internal work with me today. My Aries doctor gave me a lecture. Mm, that's nice of you, Alvin. That is so generous. Um, okay, thank you. I couldn't see it because it was kind of spread out. Jalisco, Mexico. Jalisco. 320. Oops, shit. 320. Now I gotta go back and find your birthday because I deleted it. Where is her birthday? July 4th, 1978. Okay. You guys, when it's your turn, try to have all of 1988, try to have all of your information in one chat: birthday, location, and time. Keep it all together for me because that'll make sure that I minimize mistakes on my end and get it right for you the first time. Okay. Keep it all in one chat. And then if you have to use a second chat to ask your question, then do that. But if you can get your questions all in that first chat, it's going to help. Um, let's see. Where is Andrea? Andrea, how's my journey going? I feel so stuck and lonely at the moment. Happy birthday again. Yeah, with Saturn transiting your third house the way it is, sorry, it can be, especially after a COVID year like the one we just had, you could be in a place where you're just kind of not doing a lot of community at the moment, where community is just like, just not something you're participating in. Part of the reason why has to do with the position here of Saturn. Who are you talking to? You're talking to her natal Venus, which is her seventh house cusp, and her 11th house cusp. Yeah. Okay. So, because of the position of Saturn in relationship to your natal Venus, Saturn's doing a cleanup job for you on community, friends, soul family, and it's also doing a cleanup job for you in the world of relationships. And because of this, because all of this is happening at the same time, because Venus governs your seventh house cusp and your 11th house cusp, which, that's love and that's friends. And then that third house is where our community lives, and soul family lives. It's kind of like, unless people in your world meet a very high bar at this time, Saturn's just not going to let them hang out with you. In fact, Saturn's going to put you and them in timeout from one another. So a Saturn transit of this nature can really expose to you how certain friendships in your case are out of balance, where you're giving more than you're receiving, and it's just inappropriate to continue to give in that way. A Saturn transit of this nature can also have most of your friendships, because Aquarius is your third house and where it's transiting now, have most of your friendships be online instead of offline in the physical world. And because of the way Saturn's impacting that seventh house, or the ruler of the seventh house, um, it's also taking away some of the communication pieces, because Venus sits in Gemini, um, where like some of the kind of casual communication that is just kind of like, the way you and friends might have spoken before, where it's like, oh, we'll just kind of shoot the shit and talk about the weather and have drinks, and we'll talk about that show. And, did you see so and so's new girlfriend? Oh my gosh, like blah, blah, blah. Like that kind of conversation with a Saturn transit in this position, you're just not going to be able to have it, withstand it. It's not going to be interesting to you. And people who want to operate at that superficial level with you, um, they're not going to be attracted to working with you, because energetically, Saturn is giving off a vibration and a frequency where what Saturn's doing is trying to assist you with getting into the world of being, just being more thoughtful, more curated, more intentional, about the way you're utilizing your energy. And so the loneliness that you're experiencing right now has a lot to do with a lot of the things that are misaligned for you now going away, now disappearing, now getting into a place of, um, like, because you're elevating, and so the people in your world have to elevate too. They're not allowed to. And if they're not elevating, they're orbiting out, they're getting removed from your orbit at this time. So it's a little bit of an incubation period, I'll be honest. um how we find JD. um this is an incubation period for you, Andrea. It's a period of time where what you're being asked to do is to just get into the simplicity and the quietness of recognizing that you're being given quality at this time over quantity, that the quality of your friendships and relationships and interactions are what you're being allowed to have, as opposed to an abundance of those things. And that, yes, at first that can feel very lonely. But some of this also has to do with elevating your mind and your mental status with Saturn on the axis of the mind and communication. This is a cleanup job on your mind and your mouth, basically. It's a cleanup job that's helping you refocus on things that are going to be far more, just more, how can I put it? You're meant to be moving forward on the mental plane is what this is telling me, because that's Aquarius energy you had there. I'm going to pull your cards now. Um, you're meant to be moving forward on the mental plane on a level that helps create for you just different conversations, like the way you used to think, the way you used to speak, what you used to talk about, the way you used to interact with people. You're just maturing, and not everyone in your world was doing that at the same time as you. So you've been put a little bit aside so that you can develop some of this stronger energy. Yeah, Queen of Swords just flew out, first card. Um, and this is really about kind of cultivating the mental landscape, cultivating the mind, so that it can really create a new space, create, we've got 10 of wands. Yeah. Okay. Burden. And then the moon reversed. Okay. So some of two, what's happening here, this is showing me is that you needed some mental space so that you could get into dealing with some of your own pain. And it's in facing a lot of your own pain, facing your own shadow, facing the burdens you've been carrying in those relationships, the way those relationships weren't working for you. Because of that, like it's actually going to lead you to a much more beautiful place, but it's really requiring you to dig into paying attention to what was happening in my brain that allowed some of these people, circumstances, and places to exist in my world in the first place. What was happening in my mind, like what was my mental landscape and my mental orientation to life that allowed some of these low vibrational people to hang out in my world at all. This is, you are getting illuminated to yourself with the moon reversed. You are being shown the way your own mind can become your best friend. Diana, it's your turn. If you would go ahead and paste your question, Diana, that would be great while I finish up here. Diana, um, you're really being shown the ways in which it's necessary for you to go about the business of like getting yourself to mental safety, rescuing yourself from your own mental traps so that you can attract higher quality people. This is a very necessary timeout for you. Okay. All right. Hopefully that was helpful for you, Andrea. You'll have to let me know how that resonates. Thank you, some quantum optimist. It's always lovely to be able to share the work with you guys. Okay. Okay, Diana, it's your turn. After Diana, it's Elvin. Thank you. Awesome. Elvin, so you go ahead and you get yourself ready. Um, and Elvin, the way I'm gonna deal with Alan, because I can't have you, I don't have enough moderators here holding questions for 20 different people who want to go away and come back. And my normal process on people who can't stay is to do them at the very end, or to I just refund them because I don't believe in keeping money for work I didn't do. So if for whatever reason you have to go, you can't stay, I want you to honor your schedule. And if she can't come back by the time I can get to her, it just may not have been the right moment for me to read for her today. I totally understand she may have wanted it, but I really trust the alignment of things. Because I can't have 20 different questions in the chat with for people who aren't here that I have to scroll up and down to find, because YouTube doesn't even let me scroll all like that, especially if you have to go away. It's not fair to everyone else who's able to stay. So if it's not her time to get a reading, totally okay. We'll work with this the best we can, and we'll kind of just trust the alignment of the universe on this. All right. But Elvin, it'll be your turn after I do Diana. Charlotte, you're back. Welcome back, babe. I'm so happy to see you in the chat. I popped over to your channel last night to be like, when's the last time this woman posted? I need to know if she's back, if I can reach out, if she's buried in emails. I'm so happy to see you, lovely. So if you guys don't know, if you're not already subscribed to Happy Twins 1111, this woman does incredible um, pick a card readings with lots of depth and psychology and understanding and compassion in the world of twin soul and soulmate journeys. She'll help you see yourself in ways that you were probably weren't all the ways ready to see. She just led a retreat in England, which I'm so sad that I missed. I can't wait to be able to do the next one. Hopefully, 2022, no more lockdowns. But yeah, she just led a retreat in England. It was a private retreat kind of thing. Not everybody could go because of the way the lockdowns worked. She had to really tighten up and restrict the number of people who could come. So it became more like a business retreat kind of thing. But I am just thrilled to see you. Time to catch up. I have so many things to tell you. Catherine, if you're ready for real information and situations, go on over to Happy Twins and hit subscribe. She's the real deal. She is the real deal. Okay, flower and forgiveness. Let's dive in. Let's dive in. I'm ready. 8/18/71. 7:24 a.m. Connecticut. Okay, amazing. Happy Twins, I'm so happy to see you. Aw. You'll have to tell us why the bee is a collective symbol. I don't know that. You have to tell us why the bee is a collective symbol. Okay. Diana wants to know, still wondering why you said, well, last time you see my chart. I have no idea, Diana. I have no idea. Ask me a specific question, girl. It had whatever it was, it had to do with the question you had asked at that time. Can you tell me a specific question you want me to look at, Diana? What do you want to know about at this time pertaining to things going on in your life at the moment? Love you too, Happy Twins. Love you right now because it's significant because it represents the spirit of community. A return to community. Got it. Post lockdown returns to community. I like it. The hive mind. And a lot as a totem animal, kind of. I'm sure she can say it better. We're all in this together, working for the greater good of the collective. Oh, I love it. That's a great download. Tell me about my light worker gift. You got it, babe. All right. Light worker gifts. Let's go back to the natal. Speaking of integrity and communication, this is one of the things you're meant to be doing on planet Earth, helping people figure that out and living to a very high standard of it yourself, Diana, which is interesting. What What's the nature of the relationship of your Mercury square Saturn? Okay, got it. Okay. So when you have a connection between Saturn and Mercury in your chart, the way you do, and this is significant because of the placement of Saturn at your midheaven, which is where your career lives. Your midheaven is governed by Mercury. Gemini and Mercury are communication sign, communication planet, and Saturn is having a conversation with both of them. Anytime you have that kind of conversation with Saturn and Mercury with Gemini is in the mix as well, this is talking about a real need to watch your words and to be meticulous and curated, almost pedantic about what comes out of your mouth, to only say what you mean, to mean it when you say it, to follow through on your word, and to keep your words, to be discerning with your words so that you are not this is about really using like Gucci and like couture words, like Prada words, like words that are, like high end. And I'm not talking about using a massive vocabulary. I'm talking about the nature of the way couture is extremely tailored, um, and exceptionally crafted. This is like no lazy stitches, no lazy loose ends, no kind of like talking just to be talking, no putting a print on something just to put a print on it or putting a bow on it. Like, let's just add a bow. Who knows why? But let's make a fake belt, not a belt, or a fake button, not a real button. Like, this is being exacting with language in this lifetime. And part of the reason why you're meant to do that is because you have the channeler's gift here. You have the ability to bring messages through from the other side. Now, I don't know what your spirit guide team looks like or sounds like to you, or how you experience them. My suspicion, based on what I'm seeing here, is that you have a significant degree of clairaudience and claircognizance, that you have the ability to know things without knowing why you know them. Um, she said, good, because I gotta see in English. This is an ability to know things without knowing why you know them. And this is also the ability to say things. It's like sometimes you don't even know for sure. Your gift works a bit like mine. Like, the message comes through your mouth and then your ears hear it and you're like, oh, wow, yeah, that's deep. I'm learning from myself today. But it's because of the way your subconscious is constructed, resting in the ether with the rest of your spirit team. And so there is this real thing here going on where you're meant to call these messages through, bring them through. You're a receptive portal for receiving messages from the other side for other people. But you're being held to a very high standard when it comes to delivering those messages. And that standard has everything to do with, because of the fact that the messages are so specific, you're not allowed to deliver incorrect information. And so you can feel a lot of pressure in the world of your light work with your words, because like sometimes you just don't feel like sharing because Saturn and Mercury retrograde and this square is a little bit like, I'll just keep this information to myself. It's only because you're being held to that higher standard. Much of your work here on planet Earth at this time, Diana, your work has everything to do with being a messenger. And so, if you want to cultivate this even more deeply, I would get into a mediumship class. I know Charlotte has taught this in the past. Get on her mailing list, because I know she'll probably open up another class at some point, at some time in the future. Wink, wink, Charlotte. Get a mediumship class, do a class on developing your clairaudience and clairvoyance. If you wanted to, you could do that. But This lifetime, what you're supposed to be doing is being a messenger. Um, with this energy, you could also be a writer of some form, and some of the messages may come through in your writing as well, as opposed to just inside of your what's it called? Um, Speaking. The messages may come through in your writing. So that's what I got for your light work, beloved. Hopefully that was helpful. Um, but you've probably seen this a few different times in your own life to date where people, Elvin, go ahead and paste your question, hun. Um, One of the things you've probably seen is that at times you have shared something with someone and you might say, I don't even know why I just said that. Never mind. And then they're like, they give you this strange look, or they directly tell you, wow, that's exactly what I needed to hear. Right? That it could be that kind of thing for you with people. Because you're delivering messages without even knowing it. So if you want to, cultivate that and get paid for it, you can. Okay, twins chart. Let's do this. Let's see what's what. February 19th to 1987. Malmo, Sweden. To 1978, Malmo, Sweden. Have that right? You've been writing. Very good. Yeah. Some of the messages will come through in your writing. I could see that you may be meant to be an author in this lifetime and share certain messages that come through stories if you're a fiction writer, or if you're a marketer. I was a marketer for a long time. It's like sharing the work from a place of light. So, how is he relating to divine feminine energy right now? That's a great question, Elvin. Let's discover this. Divine feminine energy is making a resurgence in the world of career for him. So he's learning how to use his creativity, his nurturing, his flexibility. He's learning how to use his innate shape shifting capacity to become whatever the situation calls for. He's learning how to use all of his divine feminine tools in the world of work at this time. Um, the transit here with Saturn on top of his natal divine feminine over the course of this year and late last year has meant that there was a repression of some of this. But now that Saturn is over 10 degrees away and is making the retrograde conjunction with the South Node, creating a portal for her, there is a resurgence of divine feminine energy in his world at this moment in time. Which is interesting to me, because this is telling me a story that he's bringing his divine feminine energy home, and integrating it into his public life. He's integrating his divine feminine energy into the way he's operating in the world, which is a sign of an evolution. It's an evolved divine masculine energy when that is happening, when that's going on. And it's not, I wouldn't say evolved. Let me put that a different way. Scratch that, erase, delete. Here's what I would say. It's more so an energy, because people who are unevolved could have this transit, and you just do it in different layers at different levels, right? The For whatever level or of growth he is at this time, he's going about the business of integrating, an aspect of his divine femininity so that it can help him in the world of work. So it's a lot of union with self energy, coming into oneness with his own divine feminine energy on that particular axis. Now, there could be situations in the world of work that are facilitating why he has to do this at this time, that are giving him a bit of the kind of like some difficulties. 27 Pisces. There were. Okay. There are not now, but there were some challenges in the world of work. Okay. And that's forced his surrender a little bit. And so now he's learning how to work with that surrender in a way to really help him amplify a lot of his gifting. Okay. He's building a business and is evolved spiritually. So it makes sense. Good. Yeah. What's interesting is he's having to learn how to flow, which doesn't surprise me then if he's building a business, because post COVID, everyone's business had to change in one way or another. Everyone had to learn in one way or another how to operate their business in a different way so that they could meet the demands of a very different world, a post pandemic world. And so, with this energy here, he's allowing his divine feminine energy to inform the way his masculine is going to deliver the work to the world, which is great. I wish I had more specific news about you as a divine feminine, but I don't see that here, not yet. This is telling me union with self, integrating feminine energy, bringing it home. Now, the way that does pertain to you, Elvin, is this. He is not going to be able to bring in you as a feminine energy any more than he has allowed himself to accept his own feminine energy. And this kind of, this is kind of note to everyone here. What your partner rejects in themselves, what they, how can I put it? I'm good, better with the visuals. So let's just say, like, here's their, okay. If they've only accepted this much, let's just make a scale here, right? An XY scale. Let's just say they've only accepted this much of their own feminine energy. That's how much of you and your feminine energy they can accept of you. If they've only accepted this much of their feminine energy, that's how much of you and your feminine energy they're going to be able to accept and receive. So the more he's able to bring this home, bring that feminine energy in, integrate it fully, the more he's going to have room for you. So this, Elvin, is fucking great. This is very good. Yeah, it's really good. At some point, we should look at that for you, because I remember I saw your last email and we were really working on you being in your own feminine energy. And here's that's the other thing about what I was just sharing too. If you've only accepted a small portion of your own feminine energy, they're only going to be able to accept that portion that you've accepted. So many times I see this happen a lot. We want our divine counterpart to accept the parts of ourselves that we've rejected. We want them to pick those parts of ourselves up, make them feel better, and tell them that it's okay, you're whole, I love you, and I choose you. We want them to heal those parts of ourselves. But until we've brought those broken, wounded parts of ourselves out of our own closet and applied that love and healing and integration to them, they can't do what we haven't already given to ourselves. It's not possible. We have to do that ourselves. Okay, wow, all these came out reversed. What is up with that? That's the way I picked up the deck. Let me try this again, because I don't think they were supposed to come out that way. This doesn't look right. Let me just see what they are. Well, Actually, it does make sense. All right. So, okay, I'll read these reversed because it does make sense given what I know about your situation. Eight of Cups reversed, Seven of Swords reversed, Knight of Cups reversed, Five of Wands reversed. I like this energy for him because this is telling me that he's coming to a period of an end of internal strife. Like he's done fighting himself in certain ways. I'm not sure the parts of himself that he had been fighting, but this is showing me that he is giving up the process of feeling like something's wrong with me. Something, I have to hide this or that part of myself. I can't bring this or that part of myself out for other people to see. And I have to be this kind of like, you know, this kind of guy or this kind of person in order to be accepted in life. He's really coming to some clarity that playing those kinds of games with himself, it just didn't work. Pretending to be something he wasn't was causing him to be out of integrity. It was causing him to hide, to sneak, to do things that weren't in alignment with who he really was. It was also causing him to um it's interesting because it's like he's at a point of recognition where it was keeping his light small. And he's now walking toward the true source of his internal light. Like this is telling me he's literally done fighting himself. Thank the Lord. Woo! It's amazing what'll happen when we integrate that divine feminine energy. We stop fighting ourselves, and that's what's going on for him. Okay. He is like a golden leader, but hides it. He's hard on himself. And okay, try and understand my own polarity. All right, very good. You yourself is a lot of work. I'm going to try. Okay, great. This is very good. Elvin, I'm happy to hear it. Beth, it's your turn. So, Beth, if you would go ahead and paste your question, that would be fantastic. Um, but yeah, this is good. This is good. Because I remember us talking about this for you that there's some work needing to happen right now around rebalancing your own masculine and feminine energy. So, very good. He sounds like he's doing it too. So I just want to take a moment to thank everyone here for their patience. It's a pleasure and an honor to read for you. Um, I know that I've spent a lot of time kind of making sure that I gave collective information as I was doing this live mini reading. So hopefully you guys have found some of that collective information useful to you. Because sometimes there are just pieces or threads from one person's life that really does pertain to everyone else here. And when I see that, I want to make sure to share that information so that even the waiting time, it can be a useful period of time for all of you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, flower and forgiveness. And yeah, that is good to see you're both working on it at the same time. It's typically like that for counterparts, where a transit that one person is going through is mirrored in a transit that the other person is going through. It may not be a direct one for one mirror. It may be an oppositional mirror where it's like, oh, I'm experiencing the exact opposite thing, but it's literally the exact opposite. It could be that kind of mirror. So yeah, that's something I'm actually going to talk about in Q&A with Kay, are the different types of mirroring so that you can start to track your journey a little bit better and be at more peace. Um, not giving up on dreams, because I have been very down. I needed to hear that. It is real tough lately. Good. Ken, I'm glad you shared that with me, that just hearing that piece about not giving up on your dreams or yourself has been helpful. Shit, I needed to hear it. Stop laughing, Kay. It's not funny. Oh, I'm laughing at myself here, but yeah, I needed to hear that one too. I'm gonna have to go back and re-listen to myself. Where is Beth? Is Beth gone? Sweet Blackberry, you're next. And if Beth isn't here, then it's you. After Sweet Blackberries, we have Jessica, Paulini, Maria, and then Paige in that order. Let me see if anybody else got on the list. Um, yeah. Opposite mirroring is it's a significant type of mirroring. And when you know that that's one of the ways your connection operates, it gives you a lot of compassion, and it kind of it ends that needing them to be on the same page kind of energy, which is that's a thing for a lot of twins, that needing them to just do what I'm doing, seeing what I'm seeing. Why won't they acknowledge or see the connection the way I acknowledge and see it? It's like, well, because they ain't supposed to. They got other things that they're supposed to do. And that's okay. That's okay. Excuse me. Um, all right. Sweet Blackberry, would you please go ahead and post your question? Um, I don't know what the deal is with Miss Beth. We may come back to her if she's around. Okay. Audrey, I see you're here on the list. Now, I thought I added you. Oh, you are Sweet Blackberry. Hello. Okay, perfect. Sweet Blackberry, let's go. We take different roads, but end up in the same place. That's right. That's right. And as long as you can trust that process, you will. But when you get stuck or hurt because the mirroring isn't exact or the lessons aren't the same or it seems like they're doing something completely different, that's when we slow up our own process. Okay, in Brooklyn. Um, okay, 128. 1:42 p.m. Let's get it. All right, Sweet Blackberry. Sweet Blackberry, you're old enough to remember this song when it came out. When I see your name, Sweet Blackberry, you know what I hear. I hear this old song from like the 90s called Black Butterfly. Black Butterfly. I don't know if you remember that song, but all right, let me see. You could be most anything your heart desires. What's opening up for me in romantic partnership this year? A new soulmate, my twin. I'm feeling that the Lionsgate 88 might shift some things. Good question. Let's see. Well, that Lionsgate portal is about to open up early with the Mars Venus conjunction. Um, let's just get out here. Yeah, okay. It did open early. Let's get out here to July 15. Yeah, there we go. That's when it opens. What do you have sitting at the 26th? What do you have previous? Well, that is fascinating. So technically, here's an interesting thing. So I just jumped to the Lionsgate just to see. What's interesting about that day, we talk about the Lionsgate portal opening on 8/8, but because of the precession of equinoxes and the way the stars move in the sky in these different not formats, but like the poles of the earth have changed a little bit. And so what we're seeing in the sky on different dates has changed a little bit. the actual Lionsgate date, which is the date when, golly, is it? I think it's the date when. Don't quote me. Um, that star system. It's not Polaris. Sirius. Whew, child. Took something to pull that out. It's the date when Sirius is aligned with, fuck, I forget what it's aligned with. I'll share it later, but and that date is actually a little bit closer to 8-5 or 8-6, but historically we've called it 8-8. But what's interesting about this is that that's the day of the conjunction between, um, here we go, divine feminine and south node at the 8th degree of Aquarius, which is harmoniously placed to Leo, which is where we look to the constellation of Leo, and that's where we see, this conjunction of Sirius with something else that I'm clearly messing up as an astrologer, bad astrologer. What's also interesting about this is that these two are sextile to your sun. Um, it's funny, you wanted to know about love, and this is telling me a not love story. This is telling me about a stepping stone to love. What to tell you about your love life, though? Interesting. Okay. Yeah. You're in a period of time, interestingly enough, where love is coming, but once that Lion's Gate hits, what is going to happen is that you're going to move into a consecration stage, like a preparation stage. And so this consecration and preparation stage is 100% about preparing you for something that's going to show up next year. Yeah. And quickly too. It's going to kind of come in quickly. I would say probably by about March, February, March of next year, I see it's very possible that you could have a resurfacing of a twin soul or a divine connection, or the entrance of a new divine connection. And it's because of what kind of goes down in this preparatory window, this consecration window. So, things that I'm being shown that you can do in this consecration window that you're supposed to be doing in this consecration window to prepare you. I already see Saturn sitting on your sun, and that's talking specifically about there's some things in the world of integrity that you're supposed to be doing. You can feel yourself probably feeling a little bit repressed, low energy, withdrawing a bit, communicating less. You're supposed to be right now because you're supposed to be having less people in your energetic space at the moment, because there is something bigger coming. It's basically like an energy detox that's going on for you right now. There's also a level of education that you're supposed to be getting right now. Where does Uranus sit? What is she supposed to be learning about? Relationships. Okay. There's some detoxification from family patterns that you're meant to relinquish at this time, that's going to facilitate it's going to create the clearing for this next level divine connection to land. So I don't know what you have. I mean, you're old enough to know what the family issues are. I don't know what you've done in terms of work around them. But if there is any stone left unturned when it comes to the family patterns and dynamics, when it comes to relationships. So, for example, could be everyone in my family always ends up getting divorced by the time they're 50, or everyone in my family always ends up in loveless marriages. They stay, but they're bitter and bickering. Or, the pattern in my family is that The women always down talk and downplay and kind of are dismissive about the men in the family. Whatever the family patterning is around relationships and relating, this period of time, this consecration window, you're supposed to be detoxing that, and relinquishing that at this moment. The second thing that's going on for this consecration window for you, and if you don't know how to do that, Thais Gibson, I recommend her. A lot of people are like, yeah, I heard of her last year. And I'm like, why ain't you done none of the work yet then? Um, Good, sweet blackberry. Good, good. This is the right time to embark in some kind of therapeutic work then that will assist you with detangling her patterns from your own so that you can know what your own energy feels like versus her energy being intertwined with yours. And you can establish your own patterns versus having her patterns operate at your subconscious and dictate to you what you're supposed to be and how you're supposed to relate and what women in relationships do. This is your period of time to shed all of that like an exoskeleton. And this is part of why you've been set aside for consecration, because you're going to shed all of that and it's going to leave you feeling quite naked, and you don't actually need to have anyone else in your space gunking up this new fresh preemie energy, newborn baby energy with their programming. This is a period of time where you're meant to be set aside to recalibrate your own programs for the way relationships are going to work for you. Okay. And so that's what this period of time is going to be. You've got 6 months before the end of the year. Embark on the work now, because literally by the start of next year, by December, January, this energy is going to move, and it's going to move fast in terms of bringing divine connection, divine partnership in. And in order for you to not have it devolve and repeat a cycle, you've got to enter the cycle from a different level of consciousness with a new level of information, new scripts, new behaviors, new thought processes, and a new way to perceive what your person is doing. Because if you're coming at it with the old eyes, you're going to repeat the old patterns. All right, that's what's up for love for you. I know you wanted to know about the jiggy jiggy or somebody coming in to play. That's coming, but you're not. What's happening for you, Beth? It has nothing to do with like operating at the level of consciousness you have now. You're supposed to be jumping, quantum jumping consciousness levels and getting a different kind of connection going when the new person comes in. So thank you, sweet Blackberry. Jessica, it is your turn. Please go ahead and post your question. Let's go ahead. Let me get back in the chat. I'm glad that you're feeling the detoxing, that's coming full circle for you. Okay. Okay. We have Jessica, then Palini, and then Maria, and then Paige. And that's our list. If anybody wants to get on it, they can. Thank you, Jess. Awesome. All right. All right, JV, 5/21, 1989. Okay, so you were born in Spain, Madrid, 6:34 a.m. Okay. Let me see. Let's share the screen. After Jessica, we have Palini. So Palini, if you could get your question ready, that would be great. Thanks, Jamie Ripple. For anyone who's just joining, I see a few people just joined. The list isn't too long. I've got Jessica, Palini, I'm reading for Jessica now. I have Polini, Maria, and Paige, and then it'll be your turn if you decide to pay next. Okay. What do my guides, guardian angels want me to know at this time? Ooh, I'm gonna tell you, JV. Listen, um, that's a very general question, and you may not like the answer. So just, I don't know what they want you to know, but I can tell you the first thing that I see that I'm drawn to kind of talk to you about. And yeah, that's, if it's not something that you thought I would say, hey, don't come to me looking for a refund. I've had people do that and I don't give refunds for that. Once I've delivered the information, I've delivered it. So if you want to ask another question, now is your chance if you want to be more specific. Um, Pallavi. Okay. Um, if you don't know a birth year, you should just get a personal reading. I can't make a chart without a year. I need to know the year a person was born. Um, okay, so Paul JV says, it's okay, I'm ready to hear it. Very good. All right. Saturn return has put me through it this year and it's been a ton of growth. So please, I don't want to stop growing. Okay, well, there, my girl. All right, you are ready. Let's get into it then. All right, so JV, Saturn return. I see that energy. Um, why am I being asked to look at your Neptune though? Transit of Neptune or natal? Must be transit. Or I mean natal. Oh, wait. Oh, because Chiron is aspecting it. Is that why by square? Yep. Who else is Chiron talking to? Venus. Okay, that's why I'm being asked to look at your Neptune. Okay. All right. So what you're getting schooled on in a pretty significant way is here's your natal Neptune and your natal Saturn. And here is Chiron transiting, making a 90-degree angle, which is hard. And Chiron is also making a 60-degree angle to your natal Venus and Jupiter conjunction. And the sextile is not totally hard, but Chiron's hard. Chironic lessons are difficult lessons. Um, and then Saturn is also having a conversation with that Venus Jupiter JV. So, what this is telling me, hon, is um, mm, and this is opposite. Okay. Dang, girl. I see. And we've got a square to your natal Pluto. Okay. This is, I don't know what this has been like for you, but this is reading a bit like I can't find love to save my life. Like I can't get a relationship to work no matter how hard I try. And I get some of the frustration here because much of what this is showing me is that you've been on in a process where this particular period of time has been really grueling about revealing to you. It's trying to reveal to you your wounds so that you can transcend them, but it's doing it in such a way where it's like you're supposed to be finding inspiration in the transcendence process. You're meant to be moving toward a higher level of significant, not significance, but making meaning in more positive ways about some of the blocks and frustrations you have felt in the arena of love and connection. And so I see the mirror has been hard. It's been harsh. It's been real. Like you've been getting some feedback from life. And feedback is a nice way to put it. You've been getting some feedback about who you are, how you're showing up, and the ways in which your behaviors are directly creating the experiences that other people are giving to you. And so this has been about taking a lot of accountability, honestly, JV. Like a strong dose of accountability medicine, so that you can get about the business of holding yourself to much higher standards in the world of dating and relating and friendships and connecting, etc. Um, and so it would be very easy with a transit like this to fall into an energy of self blame, to fall into an energy of woe is me, to fall into an energy of there must be something seriously wrong with me. But that's not what you were supposed to take from this. Instead, what you were supposed to take from this was the majesty and magic of the way the human spirit can rise, the way the human spirit has the ability to transcend the human ego and move it into a place of fully expressing all of the spirit's majesty, all of the spirit's greatness, all of the spirit's light. It was supposed to help you both gain compassion for a lot of that wounding that created a lot of your circumstances, and then simultaneously interpolate that into wisdom about ways to behave differently so that you can get different results. So, I'm not sure how that resonated for you, but that's how it looked for me. I see the mirror here has been harsh. Um, it's been hard to see some of the things you've had to see. But I do want to echo and confirm for you that it was meant to inspire you, not debilitate you. All right, Jess. So hang in there. It sounds like you've already got the growth mindset and growth orientation. If you want to get into specifics, like, okay, well, that was nice, but I need to really talk about work now that I think about it, I need to talk about work things, or I need to talk about relationship things. What I recommend that you do is book a private reading to do that. Let's see what you have to say here. Paulini posted, thank you, Paulini. Resonates so much, left a toxic career and immediately was not sick anymore after a year. It's amazing how that happens, coming from a place of unconditional love as well, not judging, etc. And yes, in the relationship. Good, JV. Looking at ways I can be a better person to show up better in my marriage. Very good. Okay. Good. Okay. Well, I'm glad that resonated and gave you some, clarity and insight. We're going to go ahead and move on to Polini. And after Polini, we have Maria. So Maria and Paige, if you two could get ready. Let me just see. Okay. We have Maria, Paige, and Pallavi after we do Polini. So this is gonna wrap up pretty quickly unless anyone else wants to jump on the list, which you're more than welcome to because it is pretty short and it is definitely open. All right, PS. Your question is, what are my roles, gifts as a light worker? Great question. Well, here's what I got for you, babe. There is your you have a unique ability to thrive in the corporate world, PS. Um, I don't know how you feel about that or um, what if that jives with what you want to do. But when I look at your chart and the way that your chart is constructed, it's showing me that um, and as you know, the that world needs a lot of reconstruction and help, right? Um, that world, people are struggling in that world under really oppressive leadership, like standards that are unrealistic and inhumane, and with policy, specifically policy that, you know, puts profits over people and has a diminishing quality of life, not just for employees, but also for the customers served. Mm. Oh, thank God, PS. I'm so glad I'm on track because that's really where you're meant to deliver your light work is inside of that arena. There's a leadership ability within you that's meant to reform that world so that we have businesses, large scale companies. I'm not just talking about, my little freelancing business as a light worker over here, as an astrology reader. I'm talking about you sitting in the arena of institutions and large scale business and reshaping internal policy so that the what matters more is taking care of people rather than making money. What matters more is serving the customer well and knowing that that will generate money if we're doing that in an ethical way. What matters more is evolving the standards the company operates by so that we are operating in standards that appeal to the high, making employees give their best, not just the bare minimum, right? This is who you are. You have a gift to provide a lot of that. PS. And it, we don't talk about that being a necessary form of light work, about how grueling that can be with so much corporate red tape, how difficult that can be, kind of bucking the tradition and the system and the industry, and how much courage that takes to go against the old guard and the established grain that they have created. But it takes a very special type of light worker to operate in those particular places. And this is specifically the kind of light work I see is what you are being asked to do, PS. Um, so if you're called to move in that direction, which it sounds like you are based on what you've shared here, I would get after it sooner rather than later, because with so much energy here in Capricorn for you, especially Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn, one of the things that you personally went through in the last 2 years as Saturn crossed over those two, or those three, was an activation. And that specific activation, excuse me, that specific activation was supposed to help illuminate where you are disillusioned when it comes to the current world order, right? In the world of work. It was meant to show you, wow, this doesn't work. That doesn't work. This is a clusterfuck. That's a shit show. This is ridiculous. None of this is work. It was really meant to dishearten you. And the disheartening was part of a necessary step and an activation that was meant to help you go, well, if things were really going to work, we should be doing this. We should be doing that. This is how we're supposed to treat people. It was supposed to assist you with creating those ideas, bringing those ideas to your brain. But there wasn't a way to do that without first exposing you to what wasn't working. And so the disillusionment period is over. The inspiration period is underway. And now you're meant to step into those settings with new information to help them rewrite policy and practice and the way they deliver work and treat clients. Treat employees. And in doing that, you reshape the corporate world to be a match for the humans and the way the humans on planet Earth are evolving. And that is your light work, PS, at least as the way I see it. Okay. So hopefully that was helpful and gave you a bit of guidance there. If you want to dig deeper, as always, book a personal reading if you want to dig more deeply. But it sounds like this resonated and hit pretty directly. So if you already know, go with it, flow with it. Don't wait for me. Do not pass go. You don't need any more information. It sounds like you're pretty clear. Jump on it. Okay, good. But I've always felt weird. That's my calling because I also thought I had a healer aspect as well. You are killing me, K Moon. I am doing both policy and redefining the corporate world. Very good, woman. Yes, thank you very much, K Moon. You're so welcome, PS. Thank you for your patience. I know I've been long-winded today, but hopefully the things I've shared have been useful for you guys. This is Jupiter and Pisces making me more intuitive. I can't wait for more of this. Okay. So, Maria, you're next. Maria, my love. Just met a girl named Maria. Now I have that song in my head. So I just want to also really encourage you that you may not need to be the kind of person who has a business on the side. Um, Hello, Lady Kylie. Welcome. While I wrap this up, I'm going to make Maria's chart. And this is for anyone who feels called in that particular way. And this could be for you too, Elvin. You might not meant to be balancing both. You may really kind of operate a bit more like a superhero as opposed to a person with how can I, not a superhero, but what's a good analogy? You may not meant to be living a double life is all I'm trying to say. Like you may be attracted to and drawn to, the different modalities and the healing work, etc., so that you can refill your own cup, not so that you can, Mexico, La Piedad. Okay. Not so that you can also have a healing practice somewhere. Oh, okay. You want to understand what's going on in your connection. Okay. Let me just use your person then. And that's a hard thing for a lot of light workers to accept. So, for example, I was raised in an exceptionally Christian household. Like, I come from a long line of pastors and preachers. I went to Catholic school. My father went to Catholic schools. Like, listen, the religiosity in my life has been real And at a very early age, like I was probably around like 16 or 17, I've had a very strong relationship with God my entire life. Um, at a very early age, God came to me and told me, you're going to lead my people, but you're going to do it outside of the church. You will not. Your place is not in the church. That's not where you're meant to be. That's not where I need you. And I remember feeling so kicked out. I remember feeling a level of rejection and feeling like, wow, like I'm not good enough, like to be in the church, that kind of thing. But it wasn't that. I had several experiences after that where I was shown very clearly, like, oh, it's because of the way church people operate. There's just not a viability here for people who need some of this information. They can't come inside the church because of the amount of hurt, pain, and rejection they would experience. It would actually prevent them from receiving the Spirit of God. And so God was like, I need to take you out of the church and put you elsewhere with your light so that you can deliver the light of divinity to individuals who are willing to receive it, but the church is getting in its own way and making sure people can have it. And this is what many of you light workers who are working in the corporate world are doing. Listen, this is not to put down light workers, but I want to make this real plain. So many light workers operate in this fashion that is so esoteric and so hippy dippy, so tangential to reality, to the current existence of the material plane. Like they're just so out there, and that's not a bad thing that that's where they live, that that's where they operate. It's not bad at all. However, it prevents some of the people who really need the work from being able to find them, because they don't want to learn about marketing. They don't want to learn about sales. They only want to just meditate and manifest clients so no one can find them when they need them. They don't want to deal with the material world of charging for what they do. So people who actually have money don't know whether or not they can take this person seriously because they're used to paying for things that they value. And so, because of that, it's a little bit like reversing the process God had with me, which is basically where God was like, I'm going to take you out of the church so people who need you can find you. This is God saying, I'm going to put you in the corporate setting so people who need you can find you. It's a little bit like that, where it's like, okay, some of these people are just too on the fringe. They don't want to deal with reality. So I'm going to need to put you in the place of reality, like some of like the details of the nitty gritty of the third dimension, because in so doing, it's going to make it possible for people who need you, who are really stuck in the matrix, to find you, because they'll never get that far out on the fringe. And so, and you don't even really have to do any kind of energetic work. You don't have to do Reiki. You don't have to do spirit release therapy. You don't have to do healing work with them. You don't have to lay hands on them. You just need to show up with the right words at the right time to reconfigure their brain, and that will set them on the path of finding what they need. That kind of thing. You just have to advocate that their lower self doesn't get to win with every policy decision, and that will set up the right work environment. You just have to set up boundaries in the workplace for your teams so that they don't get abused by someone who's prioritizing profits. That is light work. Okay. That is a level of work that's needed. And so I say that to say, like light work is necessary and needed at every single level and place in society. And anyone who's dove deep into the material plane to deliver it, I mean, I applaud you. I salute you because that is mastery. If you can handle light and handle the material world, that's divinity incarnate right there. If you're not just trying to escape the material to live in the fifth dimension or escape, like, because that doesn't work either. We have a body for a reason. We drop it when it's time to go fully into the next dimension, but we have one now because we're meant to be bringing the light into the physical form. So, anyway, I say all of that. I know it's a long winded explanation. Maria and others, thank you for your patience, but I just wanted to make sure I shared this little piece of information about light work in the corporate world because it's not, it's needed. You don't have to leave your job to be a light worker. We need you there, especially. We need you in government. We need you making decisions around, mortgages and taxes and financing. And we need you making decisions around the law. We need people like you there. So don't leave it just because you're having an awakening. Many of you aren't supposed to. Many of you are supposed to stay and change it, change the world for everyone else. Okay. Anyway, Maria, back to you. 123.95 for 1897, Minneapolis, Minnesota, no birth time. What's going on in Maria's connection? Let's have a look. I can't tell you, Maria, what's going on in the connection without actually doing a private reading with you, but I can tell you what's going on with your person, and hopefully that'll give you some insight. So let's have a look at what's happening with your human here. Good. Good, PS. I'm glad that that was helpful for you. Yes, Melusine. I need you to work in those sciences because some scientists have no moral code when it comes to soul crimes. Like you see them out here doing all kinds of experiments on like the things they shouldn't be experimenting on. And that is the way Atlantis fell. So please, like, stay in the sciences, stay where we need you, stay where policy and the world gets shaped. We cannot leave the material world for the darkness to take. We cannot abandon the world of form. Okay. All right. So, Maria, in your person's chart, let's just see where he is at. Hmm. Well, your person's in an interesting period of time, Maria. What I'm seeing here is there's some big changes happening for them. One of them has to do with who they are and what they do for work. Speaking of work, one of them has to do with the way they're manifesting some of their dreams, what they want to accomplish. Like I see your person is reshaping some of the things they thought they wanted. Those things are getting reshaped, and they're getting reshaped because they're closing out a pretty significant cycle, if I'm being honest. What was the last cycle about? It's about expression of purpose in the world. Okay. What's interesting about this, Maria, is that it's like your person had one way of being in life, one expression of purpose up until this point. And now they're going into the next expression of their purpose, the next expression of their selfhood on planet Earth. And so these changes come with an ending. The ending, I can tell you, is difficult. It is the kind of ending that looks like It's sort of like a quarter life crisis, what I'm seeing here. It's quarter life crisis energy where it's like he doesn't, I would say he doesn't know what to do, but what I'm actually seeing here is that he is being kind of dragged out of what he thought was going to be his life path and placed on a new one. Hopefully, he's not being completely dragged. Let me see his natal chart. Is he getting dragged? Is he someone who would get dragged? Uh, no, thank God. Okay. So he's probably actively participating, thank the Lord, in the process of this change. So I don't know if he's like going to college or going to school for something else or getting a master's degree. Um, but this is sharing with me that it's like, oh, I thought my life was going in this direction, only for him to be like, nope, I'm going to be a firefighter now, or I'm going to do this now instead, or I belong over here, which is interesting, Maria, um, because this is because of the way this is unfolding and the timeline of this transitional period lasts for about another year and a half to 2 years. And it's at that time that he really begins to step into something completely different. But there's a transition, there's an interim period where he's like in between the two trapeze bars. He's let go of one, he hasn't fully grasped the other, and he's in between. Now, you asked about what's going on in your connection. With this kind of energy activating a person's chart, it is incredibly difficult for them to also sustain an intimate connection, but especially a connection with the divine counterpart. It's extremely difficult. Now, I'm not saying, if you guys are in separation, that he's not fooling around and sowing his oats and like getting that need met somewhere else. He might be. However, whatever that is, given the caliber of what I'm seeing going on in his chart, it is not to the depth and magnitude of what a divine connection requires. There's not room for that in his life right now. So, when I see that there's an opportunity for that going forward based on these transits, it's a ways away. It's quite a ways, I'll be honest with you. The next opportunity he has for something of that caliber, divine connection caliber, you're not going to like this. It's about 4 or 5 years from now when he gets to that place. There's a small opening next year in the second half of next year. But even then, he still has this other thing going on. Because, like I said, this thing that he has going on right now, it's going to take him a year and a half to 2 years to get through and land on the other side. So, all of that to say, Maria, I get it. You're here, you're hanging out on my channel, you're this far down the rabbit hole because you'd probably like this thing to manifest in the material world. No problem. um, we all do, right? And simultaneously, what I want to say is you're going to need to give this some time because the self he is going to be by the time he's ready to make this real is not the self he is now. And you want the person he's about to become, not the man he is now. And not only that, but the man he is now is going offline. He can't be that man anymore. So you're going to need to get to know him and the person that he is becoming. All right. So let's just see. Let's pull some cards. What's going on in Maria's connection that she Okay. Right. Okay. On your side of things, these cards are telling me a really specific story. We've got the Six of Wands in reverse, the Four of Cups upright, and the King of Cups, Maria. What this is telling me about is that oh, Maria, okay, listen. I can see here that you're in a place where you're feeling very defeated about the fact that this isn't coming together. And I want to confirm for you that the feelings in this connection are real. The feelings in this connection are there there there's not a lack of emotional connection here, but the efforts that you have been trying to facilitate to make this happen that have caused you to feel frustrated and like it's not happening and like you're banging your head against the wall, it's because it's just not time yet. This is a matter of timing, Maria. And then I have Seven of Pentacles reversed on the bottom of the deck. And in this deck, the Seven of Pentacles isn't a waiting and seeing card. It's literally a card where somebody's trying to energetically make something happen. Maria, there's nothing you can make happen here, babe. Absolutely nothing. You can't do anything to make this go any faster. This is like you trying to breathe on an egg to make it hatch. Like you can't make the egg hatch. It has to hatch on its own time. It has a timeline. It's like you like concentrating, like let's just say, for example, you got pregnant, right? And there's a baby in there. The baby takes 9 months to get to fully ready to be born. But at month 5, that card set was showing me that at month 5, you're like, why isn't the baby born yet? I've done everything I'm supposed to do. Where is the baby? And it's like, hun, it's still in the oven. Like, give this some space and some time. The feelings are real. It's just going to take time, and there's nothing you can do, which means there's also nothing you've done wrong that's made it not happen yet. You're not messing it up. There's no trick that you've missed. There's nothing you've done incorrectly. You just need to let him have his process. Okay. So hopefully that gave you a little added insight about the connection, his side and your side there. Paige, it is your turn, beloved. Welcome, Kim. Yeah, Olivia, you can drop another. I have Paige, then Pallavi, then Ajna, and then Susanna in that order. Paige, Pallavi, Ajna, and Susanna in that order. It's an interesting vibe. I have been doing a lot of sharing of resources today, my love. A lot of sharing of resources so that, people can get their light work together, which I'm happy to do. I like seeing my light workers shine that light. I really do. Is there somebody I'm missing? Let me go into these apps and make sure I'm not missing anyone. Yes. Sherry, I see you here. Let me see. Oh, who is oh, Ajna. Okay. I see you, Ajna. Okay. And then let me see what's going on in this app. Did I miss anybody? Sherry, audio. Okay, cool. Alan's on the list, but she's at the end. And like I said, Alvin, if if you're still here and you can do the thing, great. If not, I'll work it out with her. I'll refund her. Um, Let me see Alive and Thrive because I didn't see anything named Alive and Thrive, but I have um I have Paige, I have Pallavi, I have Ashna, I have Susanna, Sherry, and Olivia. We did Beth. Okay, perfect. Oh, I gotta close the list. I'm so sorry. I gotta close this list. Oh my goodness. Hang on. Okay, yeah. Okay, list closed. Sorry. I realized I had to be somewhere. I just got a confirmation about a class I'm supposed to be in. I was waiting for that. I was like, okay, I know it's today at some point, but somebody tell me when. I know the moderators are killing it, right? Killing it. My group is really tight. Alive and Thrive. First name Sherry. Okay, yeah, Sherry, I have you here. You're here. Okay. Oh, it's a hugging. I didn't know that was a hugging emoji. Okay. Let me see Page. Page. Where is Page? Paige, where is your question, sweetheart? I don't see it. The last thing I see is, um, yeah, I see some stuff from Elvin, from PS, from Flowers and Forgiveness, but Paige, I don't see your question, sweetness. Paige, can you repaste it? Thank you, sweetheart. I see it. Okay, let's go. Okay, 228, 1990, 228, 1990, 11:45 p.m. Fresno. Okay. Okay. Do you see? Okay, wait. I've been through a massive clearing out Dark Night of the Soul cycle since 2019. I've been focusing on deep healing within since then. Okay, 2019 would have been the cap year. Okay, Paige. Do you see any openings for love or career upcoming or insight on how to make things happen in these areas? Okay, Paige. Here's why you went through that Dark Night of the Soul thing. Let me share a screen again. The reason that all went down, um, hang on one second. You see all this Capricorn energy you have here? Uranus, which governs your third house of mental clarity, Neptune, which governs home, Saturn, which governs your money making house, Mars, which governs your creativity and your subconscious mind, Venus, which governs your health and well being, and your seventh house of committed partnership, and your house of wish fulfillment. All these areas got hit all at the same time when Saturn crossed over them in 2019 and 2020. And they all got another hit when Jupiter and Pluto were conjunct, especially over Saturn and Mars, which governs your money making house and your creativity. So the same things that I recently said, I believe it was to Paulini, apply around the disillusionment that you experienced in those years. The kind of like disheartenment and kind of like life isn't supposed to be this way. People aren't supposed to be this way. We're not supposed to treat each other this way. You were supposed to see that darkness in humanity so that you could begin the process of rebuilding, helping humanity rebuild in the moment now. And so, all of you who were kind of born between like 86 and 92 have this Neptune Uranus conjunction, but specifically those between like 89 and 91 have Saturn that's a part of the mix as well. And you're part of a special group that I call rebuilders. And they were born for this moment in time because everyone born in that period of time would have had this specific set of information here, that forced you into this place of recognizing, calling divinity in to traditional settings. That's Capricorn, bringing inspiration into traditional settings and creating a new structure in those traditional settings. So these things were meant to help you facilitate a rebuild after the breakdown of the last several years and the next couple of years, because we're going to continue to see more breakdown. So I say all of that to say, pay attention to where you've been disheartened in the last little bit of time, because you're now moving into the period of rebuilding. And this rebuilding period is going to be directly based on the ways in which you looked around you in the last 2 years and you wished the world could be different. Those places where you feel like the world needs to be different, we need to be different, we need to offer something different. This is where you're meant to make a difference. I'm called to be a healer. One somebody says an empath healer. Perfect. You're on track because you have the Virgo midheaven, and Virgo is the sign of the healer. Virgo is the sign of the physician, the doctor, the person who helps the body come back into balance. Virgo does all of that. And Virgo was directly impacted by the things that went down in the sign of Capricorn. So, with this kind of energy, you're the kind of person who can literally just do the kind of like you can build in, like you could be the kind of person who does acupuncture kind of healing and hands-on healing, but also has a, kind of like a basic medical background. So you're bringing medical intuition into it. You're the kind of person who can bridge the gap between, kind of the healing arts and sciences and the metaphysical arts and sciences as well as a healer, so that it's not just one or just the other. Okay. So this is, let me go back to your question over here. Page opening. For love or career, I can kind of do one or the other if they're not all automatically linked. And in your chart, they're sort of automatically linked, but the way that they are linked, Paige, is by this transit of Saturn. Saturn kind of put you in time out in both areas at the same time. And it's because you're meant to be reconfiguring, Paige. around what you're offering in the world of love and what you're offering in the world of career. And the places where you've been disillusioned, like I said, it's going to be both. The places where you've been a bit disillusioned is the place where you're meant to start the process of rebuilding something very different. And in the world of love, this could also just be about really getting clarity about I don't want to be in relationships that are like this, or this anymore. I want my relationships to be like this, and that. And starting the process of reverse engineering, well, if I want my relationships to be like that, then that means I have to learn this, study this, create this, interact in these ways, and stop doing those things. And so that's I wish I could say, like, oh, there's this amazing person who's arriving in the next 3 weeks. I don't see that here. That kind of transit, that kind of energy, that's not what's here. What I do see instead for you is this energy of really rebuilding after the kind of fallout of the last 2 years. Um, and so you do massage therapy, Reiki, and medical intuitive. Perfect. I'm so happy to hear that you're making use of that. There's an up level that's supposed to be happening here for you in both places, Paige. And it's all because of the way Saturn hit all of those planets at the same time. So keep that in mind that the shift is happening in both places of your life, Paige, simultaneously. And when you have that kind of big transit hit both things at the same time, it's because you're a more advanced soul who can handle doing multiple things at the same time. So, Paige, I just want to remind you that in a single question mini reading, I can really only look at, and this is for everyone, I can only look at one thing at a time. In your case, it worked out. Only I could look at a little bit of love and a little bit of career because you had a single transit impact both. For most people, it's not that way. If you want to go deeper on one or the other, you need to book a private reading to be able to do that. But in your, because it's a single question, mini reading, I can really just provide in the insight that I've given you so far. Like I said, I don't see any big major shifts in the world of like someone coming in. I don't see any big major endings or anyone going out. What I see here is you restructuring the way you're operating in that area of your life so that you can have a different quality of connection with people when those kinds of transits hit. Okay. Um, let's just go ahead and see what the cards want to say for you. What do you want to say to Paige? No, I don't want to save her chart. I got too many charts I'm saving these days. Let's see. Let's go down here. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Openings. Okay. What do you want to tell Paige about her openings? What are Paige's openings at this time? We saw what the chart had to say, but what's the energy here? Okay, all of these came out in reverse. Okay, I need you to give me a clear message for Paige. What do we see about Paige's openings? Because that, what you just came out, what you just showed me was not clear enough for me. Paige's openings. Okay, this is clear. Thank you. One more for Paige's openings. Paige's guides. What do you want her to know? They're telling me to see the bottom of the deck. Oh, that's why. Okay. Okay. So Three of Swords reversed. Ooh, hallelujah. The ending of a period of real heartbreak, devastation, pain, desolation, and the opening of a new cycle. This is a cycle where your heart is going to open again and you're going to live and work and operate in a far more heart-based way, Paige. And so this is looking to me a bit like a bit of a practice, the what's going on here. It's like I'm watching you with these cards, and there's the Eight of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck, and that's specifically a work card. This is telling me that it's almost exactly what the chart told me. Two things. One, that this period of time is a bit more work focused than anything else. Like I said, you said you wanted to know about love. I didn't see that there. So here we are. You want to dig deeper, private reading. However, when it comes to love, what this is sharing with me is that the place where there is overlap in the love and career places, the same way there was overlap in the chart, this is coming out of a period of heartbreak and practicing, like literally every single day, having a practice that you've dedicated yourself to doing that allows you to live from a more heart-centered space and gives you a more heart-centered foundation for what happens next in your life. So that's exciting, because when you have that heart-centered foundation, what this is going to give you is a different frequency and vibration for the kind of clients you work with and for what happens next in your love life. And this is literally kind of like the training wheel period before the next thing in love happens for you, is what this is saying. Cleaning out the final bits of that old, kind of heartbreak energy. So hopefully that gave you a little bit of clarity there about what's going on. You have to let me know how that resonates for you. Pallavi, it's your turn. Please post your cue. So we'll do Pallavi, then Ashna, then Susanna, then Sherry, and then Olivia, and then we'll wrap. Okay. Cool. So yeah, that's what I got for you, Paige, my dear. It's a good time. It's a moving into a new energy time. Yeah, I'm seeing you sourcing quite a bit of what happens next from within here. Pallavi has posted. Cool. Let's see. What is Beth doing? What's going on with Beth? It's Pallavi's turn. What is going on with Beth? Dun, dun, it's just Beth. I paid, but I had to leave and I'm back. Yeah, you can get back on the list, Beth, but you'll just be after Olivia. That's fine. That's totally fine. Pallavi, Beth, what was your payment information? Where did you pay? Was it Venmo? Was it PayPal, Beth? Hope, Love, and Sunshine. I gotta be honest, your chart wasn't the last thing that I read, so I don't remember, and I don't hold on to it intentionally. If I recall, maybe you were the one with the very difficult kind of like mirroring transit. The biggest thing to understand is that these transits aren't forever. We learn the lesson and then we move on. The classroom completes. And the hardest part, I'm going to say, is that it's probably I think it's almost over, but I don't have your chart up. And that's a second question. If you want to do a second question, you can. You just can't do it today because I have a class to go to. Now, that's if I remembered your chart correctly. Okay, sweetheart? Beth, you can get back on the list. That's fine. Just confirm for me where you paid. Pallavi, let's have your questions. Pallavi says, I'm called to be a healer. Wanted to understand my path as an empath and a healer. Okay. Okay, let's see, Pallavi. Let's see what's going on. India, Bangalore. 10, 8, 1991. 4:42 p.m. It's interesting because I have sometimes people really ask me about love and they want to kind of know like who's coming in, who's going out. That's like asking, show me the fruit from the tree without ever wanting to do any of the work on the roots. There's times where the roots have need our attention and we need to work with the roots. And then there are times when it's like we're bearing fruit. Every tree has its season. And so the season sometimes isn't a fruit bearing a season, it's like a root trimming season, or it's winter, right? Or it's the fallow field season. And then you can plant again. So just keep that in mind that sometimes you may ask me something about love, but the reality is you may not be in a season that's a fruit bearing season at this time. You'll come back around, but it's not there yet. It's time to work on the roots of that tree instead of the fruit, reap the fruit. Okay. Um, October 8th, 1991, 4:42 p.m. Bangalore. Okay. Let's see. She would have been born on a Libra full moon, Kylie. Physical separation, called to be a healer, want to understand his path as a healer. Okay, cool. Well, I see it here. I definitely see it here. What's interesting is similar to the last person, you also have medical intuitive ability where you can kind of intuitively sense what's going on with the physical body. Um, and when you can sense what's going on with the physical body, it gives you that extra little bit of information about where to work and how to heal. Now, if you wanted to have the kind of train, like you could go in a few different ways with your training, given what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing, why do I see that? There's something interesting about you working with new technologies as a healer. Um, and I don't know if it's like new technologies in the world of like, laser or like new healing modalities, or if it's something that's much more specific around uh, practices, like a modality, like bringing a new modality to an ancient practice, like acupuncture, like doing acupuncture in a new way with some new tools, that kind of thing. But there's something here about new technology and medicine, new technology and healing and health and well being. And so, if you've not already begun the process, like I said, medical mediumship and getting that basic understanding of the human body and the systems in the body, the circulatory system and the major components of it, the skeletal system, the muscular system, the organs and the major components, the nervous system and the neuromuscular system and the major components. If you can get some sort of the science background, I honestly think you're going to be in a position to make way more money, first of all. But I also see it's because once you have that background, your gifting is that the body literally starts to talk to you. And you literally can scan a person's body intuitively and start to see precisely where to look to do the healing. You don't have to go further than that and become a doctor. You could if you wanted to, but you don't have to. Um, but it's like you would have, if you were to go and be a doctor, you have the uncanny ability to pinpoint and diagnose rare causes for common issues. You have a master's degree in science and tech, actually. Perfect. If you just start to learn about the human body, you'll start to see that some of your science and tech, where there's an overlap and a cross section between the science and tech and the human body, and you're going to start to see your healership abilities come online with it. What's also interesting as I'm looking at this for you as a healer, Pallavi, is you've really got to you're being given an opportunity here where you, I don't know, it's like I just see you're really gifted. You'd be into energy healer. You really could do energy healing. I just think your energy healing is going to be more powerful for you when you can see scientifically the mechanics of the body and you know what you're working on. If you're just conducting energy, Pallavi, I'm going to be very honest, for you, that's going to get boring. Um, Especially now that I know that you're in science and tech. I could see where if you're just sitting there trying to conduct energy and shift energetic fields on its own, a part of you is going to be unmet and unfulfilled. There is a scientific part of you that really does like to see kind of like, oh, we're working on the circulatory system. That means we're working on, and there's a venous drainage issue in this part of the body. Okay, the place where the venous drainage lives is back up here in this part of the system. All right, I'm going to now conduct light work or do healing in that part. I'm going to work on releasing that blockage. But without that kind of technical information, I see you being bored and frustrated. Um, this is good, Pallavi. That's a great start. That's a great start. So just, I would keep going in that vein of like, keep going in this particular vein. Maybe that is where I'm connecting with the physical system. Keep going with what sparks your curiosity when it comes to your healing. If you're curious about Kundalini, if you're curious about chakras, that's a great place to start. But where I see you headed long term is like, some sort of course on medical mediumship and really learning more deeply about the systems in the body and how those systems correspond with the chakras and the energetic flow in the auric field and how to help heal it energetically in that way. So, you may want to Google Pallavi. There are these hospitals in China that are surgery free hospitals that specifically heal cancer with energy work. And they have videos about them and the work that they've been doing on YouTube. You may want to just Google it and have a look. That kind of thing is where I could see you really succeeding, like not just standard run of the mill Reiki kind of stuff, but straight up, we're going to work on a team and get this cancerous tumor out of this person's body in the next 48 hours kind of stuff. We know where it's at. We know how big it is. We know the measurements, and we know exactly where we need to work in the energetic field to make it happen. I see you having far more interest in something that's a bit more concrete, longer term. But where you're starting is a great place. Keep going. Okay. Um, Ashna, it is your turn. Thank you so much, Pallavi. If you want to dig more deeply, you can in a personal reading. Um, oh, Beth, you're on a delay. Can Kim or Kylie or Elvin, can one of you help Beth find her way to get off the delay? That would be great. I really appreciate that. Tell her how to, fix that so that she can be current when it's her turn. Okay, January 6, 1991. 7:34 p.m. Okay. New Zealand. Wellington. All right, aviation. Let me see what we have for you. Kylie, can you help Beth get to the current place in the chat? Because she's behind. Um, okay, so we're gonna do Ashna. I just want to know what my chart says if they're, oh man. Ashna, that's such a general question. Can you ask something more specific, please, hon? Ask something more specific. That's too general for me at this point. I want to be able to give you a good reading, and that's way too broad. Because your chart says everything. It says everything about you, everything about your life, everything about your past, everything about where you're going, about every area of life that you have. So if you can just find something specific, that would be great. Um, and then after I do Ashna, it's Susanna, and then Sherry, and then Olivia, and then Beth. Okay. What are the challenges with my business and home? Okay, so that's two areas of life. I can cover one unless the two are linked. Okay. So let's just see Libra and Venus. Are they conjunct? Venus and Mars? No, they are not. We have Mars here. Uh-huh. Okay. And then we have Venus over here. And they're not exactly linked, but they're sort of linked by trine and air sign Saturn. Okay. Air sign Aquarius with a Saturn transit. Okay. So they are linked. Okay. So what's going on? The reason why they're kind of not they're not technically blocked. What's going on is Saturn's trying to get you to a higher level integrity in both areas at the same time. Saturn is crossed over earlier this year in December, the ruler of home for you. And Saturn is making it made a trine earlier this year. Sorry, even just before that to Mars, which is the ruler of your career sector. And so when Saturn does this, what Saturn is looking for on approach to any sign, house, or planet is integrity. It's looking for wholeness. It's looking for clarity, not clarity. It's looking for things to be allowing you to live your fullest self and your best self. And if for any reason on the home front and business front, things have been compromised, like you're living with the wrong people, or you're in business with the wrong people, or you're in the wrong kind of business and you need to up level so you can be in a different kind of business, or you're in a home where it's like, you can't run your business from home and you need to be able to run your business from home at this point. Saturn is really trying to get you to make changes so that the two things can flow in the way that they're supposed to. Okay. The way Saturn makes changes is it points out what's not working, and then it makes things, and the way it points what's not working is by having those things start to fall apart or move into time out energy. So things start to slow down, things start to get more difficult, because you're trying, what it's trying to show you is like, okay, this isn't working because it's compromising you in this and this way. So you need to make some relevant changes so that you're able to operate at a higher level. Aviation. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit for you. What's interesting about this to me, as I'm looking at it, is that this process, these are things, when I look at this transit, these things got stuck before the pandemic started. These things were stuck, and a problem for you certainly all of 2020, but if no changes got made in 2020, the difficulty would have been just as loud. It would have gotten louder now that we're in 2021 and things are starting to open back up and flow again. If no changes were made, you're going to find that it's like still hard and it's still difficult, still not working. You're still getting the same message from Saturn, and it's like, ugh, okay, what do I do with this? How do I deal with this? What? Ah. And so um, the frustration is real, but it's real because you're supposed to be shifting some things, making some different choices to get things more into alignment with your true self, both in your business and in your house. So I don't know what those choices are for you. You know, as I'm looking at this for you, I do see that you finished up a divorce transit. It is time for you to probably move into a different relationship, or to separate. I see that if you were in business with your partner, that's probably unstable at this time. It's a direct reflection and mirror of the instability in the marriage. I see that separation energy. I see this up leveling in the business energy, but both of these come, I'll be honest, aviation, both of these come with some very difficult choices. They're choices, if you haven't made them yet, that I can see that they were probably difficult to make. They weren't easy to make. Um, Susanna, could you go ahead and post your question? They weren't easy choices to make. They're not going to be easy choices to make. They definitely come, I do see some endings there, but they're the kind of endings that were due. They were on schedule. They were the kind of endings that you were supposed to have because you're about to step into the next chapter of your life, the next chapter of service in your business, but you're not going to be able to do that from the home front and the business set up the way it currently is. It's time to make some shifts, time to make some changes. So that's a bit of what was going on there for you, beloved. That it was really about making those changes at this time. All right. So that's Ashna, and then we have Susanna. Where is Susanna at? I am London, England. Okay, what impression of myself do I leave others with? Ooh, child, Susanna, that's a deep question. I don't know, girl. Let's find out. Alan, I don't mean to be annoying. Has my reading been done? Just want to have idea where to look when I get back. No, Alan, I put you at the end of the list, sweetheart. So if you're here at the end, or Elvin is here at the end, then I will do it at that point. But if Elvin has to go or you have to go, I totally understand, Alan. I will just refund you since I don't do keep money for work not delivered. But I totally forgot when I said what I said. Like, I can't keep my moderators responsible for other people's questions who can't be here. And further, because if I do that for you, then that kind of puts them in it definitely puts them in the position to need to be willing to do that for other people. And many people have other obligations during the day. And so if it's just not the right time for us to do a mini reading today, Alan, it's okay. I will be back at some point. We'll do a question. This won't be the last opportunity, but I definitely wanted to say that if you're around when I get to the end, then yeah, I have Susanna now, then Sherry, then Elizabeth, then Beth, then Alan in that order. All right. Um, so Susanna, you're at the crossroad, aviation. I get it. Okay. Well, take your time figuring it out, but don't take too long. It sounds like you know what you need to do, but the choices with Saturn are just, they're not easy choices. No problem, Alan. I understand if you can't be, I'm not holding it against you and you're not being annoying, but this is the way I run my list. The popping in and out, I need people to be accountable for being available for their reading. I'm accountable for delivering my information. we're going to be accountable to one another in that way. And if you can't be here, then I can't do my part. And that's the way readings work in this room. Okay. Totally get it. Sometimes it works different ways in other people's rooms. I just can't operate that way because it creates too much chaos for me. Okay. Um, and I just can't do good work in chaos. 318, 1998. My guides are over here laughing at me. They're like, yeah, girl, you need to clean up your space and file those papers then if you think you can't work in chaos. They're like, did you hear yourself? All right, here we go. Share screen. Susanna wants to know impression of herself that she leaves others with. It's a I have never been asked that question before. Oh, so how would I answer this? Where would I look? Tenth house in the sign opposite your sun. Okay. Okay. 10th house is Capricorn, which sits Saturn sits in Aries. Opposite sun is Virgo. Yeah, they really got to me on it. They looking at me like, girl, clean this shit up then. If you can't work in no chaos, clean this shit up. They looking at my whole living room like now, like, really? You can't work in chaos? Um, okay, so yeah. Susanna, for you, what I'm seeing here is you, it's funny because you only have one earth placement, but people experience you like an earth sign in a lot of ways. They experience you as a very grounded person. I mean, with the Pisces sun in the 12th house, you're actually quite dreamy. Like you actually have a high level of intuition. Internally, what you may experience is a little bit of being halfway here, halfway not, halfway in the art in the world of the veil, and halfway here on the planet. But what people experience of you, what they see when they hang out with you, is actually like that your presence is really grounding for them. They find your presence quite stabilizing, quite solid. They experience you and they go, "Oh, like I wouldn't say it's peace, it's stillness." And in that stillness and the quiet that happens in your energetic field, other people have the capacity to settle down, calm down, and get grounded. Um, which is interesting. Yeah. You bring a lot of equanimity to other people. Interestingly enough, that doesn't mean like people tell me that all the time, like, gosh, you're so calm, you feel so calm. I'm like, I don't know why, because inside I'm an anxious ball of nerves, but if that's what you experience, great. But yeah, what I see here is that, people experience you to honestly be way more grounded than you actually are. They experience you to be way more steadfast than you experience yourself to be, which isn't a bad thing. It's just this is what they feel like in your presence. The other thing that people really notice about you when they meet you for the first time, or not after they meet you, when they first meet you, what they experience is what I just told you. Now, after they've gotten to know you, it's interesting, even though you are a strong Pisces, you also present with a lot of Aries energy. And so, um, this is a really interesting thing, Susanna, where people, once they get to know you, they see that kind of like fun loving, say what you're thinking the way you're thinking it, kind of foot in mouth a little bit of the time. They get to see some of your quirkiness with your Aries energy here. And that's a fun thing because it's like they're unwrapping a present. At first, there's all this stillness, and then they get to know you, and they're like, "You're not what I thought at all, Susanna." And then when they really get to know you with the Pisces energy, it's like another layer. You're a bit like a Russian nesting doll, a bit. Um, and so that's interesting because the thing that people notice about you who are your friends who hang out with you is they notice that you have a special kind of intensity in your friendships, that you're a very loyal person. They notice that you've got a certain diligence about you when it comes to what you want to do and what you want to accomplish. Um, but you're also a little bit, that Aries impatience and the kind of short-sightedness and black and whiteness, what you see is what you get, is a bit of what's there once you start talking to people, once you open your mouth. Um, and then underneath that is all this like very intuitive, very, soft, gentle, open Pisces energy. But you're not a usual standard run of the mill kind of Pisces. I'll give you that, Susanna. Not in the least are you anything like that. So it's interesting. That's an interesting question. I don't know. You'll have to ask your friends. I've had my friends fill out surveys multiple times over the years. What do you see when you look at me? And I send them like a survey online and they fill it out with me. Sherry, it's your turn. So if you would go ahead and place your question, Sherry, that would be great. After Sherry, there's Olivia, then Beth, then Alan. Okay, thanks, Sherry. Cool. Okay, Sherry, Florida, Jacksonville. Oh my God, that thing in Florida that just happened is just mortifying. My intuitive hit when it first happened last week was like, oh, that was a sinkhole. That sinkhole just opened up and that building just went. It went in the sinkhole. It just broke my heart that all those people haven't been found yet. Oh, so sad. Um, I was looking at the news reports on it this morning that they still haven't found a whole bunch of people. I was like, damn. So sad. 5:30 a.m. Let's share screen. Let's expand this out. So sad. I prayed for those people and their families because they just all just exited Earth all at one time. Like, bye. We're out of here in such a tragic way. Ugh, heartbreak. Okay, what does Sherry want to know? I feel my mission work is expanding onto a bigger, different platform. Any guidance regarding what I should be focused on or preparing for at this time? Let's get to the transits then. Uh, I'm glad it resonated, Susanna. Cool. Okay. After I do Sherry, it's Olivia's turn and then Beth. Olivia and then Beth. Don't post yet, though, guys. Don't post yet. Okay, so you're really being asked to conjure up some discipline about what it is you're trying to manifest and get really focused about your manifestations in the world of work. You're being asked to double down, get focused, pay attention, streamline. Don't be sloppy about your manifestations or let your energy be all over the place in what you're trying to manifest. Like, oh, I'm trying to manifest a house and a boat, and I'm also going to manifest a cat all at the same time. No, get focused. Pick one thing and throw yourself at it in terms of what you're creating in the world of work. You're also being asked, like I said, to streamline. When Saturn shows up, Saturn is looking to get rid of things, specifically get rid of things in your case, as I'm looking at this. It wants to get rid of things that don't feed you creatively. Saturn wants to get rid of things that aren't giving back what you put into it. So if you're not making money from certain aspects of your business, Saturn's asking you to let those go. Or if it costs, if you're just giving too much to certain clients, you're being invited to wrap that up, like refer them out to somebody else who's better equipped to handle them and all their needs. Saturn's asking you to pay attention to equal give and take in your friendships and partnerships. Saturn's trying to streamline. Where else is he touching? That's it. Those areas, but also money, money. Saturn's asking you to pay attention to where you're spending your money. Um, and to really only like to get more intentional about that in certain ways, to start thinking more thoughtfully and thoroughly about, like, okay, here's what I want to manifest. Well, it's a bit like, don't spend money on things that are completely out of alignment with that. If you know you want to manifest buying a couch in the next 90 days or 1 year, and it's a really nice couch, it's like, okay, we'll stop spending money on buying clothes, right? That kind of thing. Put spending money on buying clothes to the side for a little bit and start putting that money away to get that super nice couch. Saturn's trying to focus you in a lot of ways. If there are certain aspects of your work where it's like, I'm expanding into this new platform, but I still have one or two or three clients hanging on in the old way, refer them out, send them to somebody else. Um, because there's no space for the new thing if the old thing is still taking up imbalanced amounts of time and energy. And so that's what you're being asked to focus on as you prepare for this expansion. And you're right, this expansion is coming. I see the landing of new money, big money here. It's going to come through intuitive pathways. Pay attention to your dreams, because some of what this new money, big money is going to do and when it's going to happen, it has a lot to do with insight and information that comes to you from your dream states. Honestly, Sherry, it's going to come to you intuitively. And you're going to start to wonder, am I crazy? Am I just making some stuff up that's totally left field? I don't know if I can pull that off. But you pay attention to not your daydreams, but your actual when you're asleep dreams, because there is information that's going to come to you through that medium about that's going to help you figure out how to make money and structure your business. You're going to get a lot of information from the dream state, Sherry. But Saturn's helping prepare you, like I said, by streamlining and helping you get rid of certain things that just aren't aligned with where you're headed. Okay, Olivia, it is your turn. Olivia. You have a second question here, and then we have Beth, and then we have Alan. Olivia, then Beth, and Alan. And I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, y'all. I had to really go to the restroom. Okay, so Olivia was born where? Sydney, Australia. And 8/22, 1990. Birth time 4:30 p.m. Okay, cool. Let's pull that out. Let's share the screen. What's Olivia want to know? Olivia wants to know what's in the skies for love. Our root fruit chime's coming up. I had a trying again month with my DM during June. Oh, which he initiated after a 9-month break, but he isn't able to invest right now after all. Oof. You're welcome, Sherry. So I am in a divine counterpart constellation, but want to remain open, surrender to what the universe has in store. Okay, I get it. Let's see. So he came in and wanted to try in June, but then was not ready. Huh. Yeah. Okay. He's on the brink, but the brink ain't next week. It's next year. I see, and I don't know if it's him or you, but I see the masculine energy in this connection being willing to come more toward the feminine energy next year. Um, and because of the way this alignment is going on in your chart, this is telling me a little bit about the fact that it doesn't surprise me that he showed up in June because the pull has been there since January for him. Um, but the problem has been like the arrival window has been there since January. The problem has been, yeah, he's not ready. He doesn't look like he gets ready until next year. All of that to say, Olivia, as I'm looking at these transits, hot girl summer for you. If you let it, with the Virgo moon, you may not. You may be a little bit like, no, I'm good with my spiritual work, Virgo moon, 8th house. But if you are open, I see a lot of flirtation and a lot of fun and a lot of opportunity for some soulmate activities to go down. A lot of option for some soulmate activities. Um, so yeah, Olivia, that's interesting. Now, the second interesting thing about this in terms of what's going down for you is he may get ready in the next year, but this is one of those funky things that I really hate when this happens. This happened to me a lot um in my own chart where my counterparts chart would be showing all kinds of opportunities for getting closer in connection. But my chart would have all these complications in it that would say, not yet, Kay, not yet, Kay, it's not your time, Kay. And I'd be like, what the F else do you want me to learn? I hate this. Why does he get to be ready and I'm not? This is so unfair. Um, right? And so what the way that would manifest in the material realm would be the universe would just occupy him with other things, other people, other shit going on in his world that he needed to deal with. Just put other things in his world so that he would literally be turning away from the connection so that the universe could deal with me and make me ready. And this is what I'm seeing come up for you in your chart. I see that Saturn's going to arrive here in your first house next year and elevate your standards to a degree where if he can't come up to that standard, I don't care how bad you want it, Saturn's going to stand at the door like an angry dad and be like, she's not home. You can't come in. You not even dressed right. You shouldn't even be here. Did you even finish school? Did you brush your teeth this morning? Get out my daughter's house. And if you ever come back here again, it's going to be that kind of energy, Olivia, where Saturn's just like, if he's not at the standard, he's not coming in. And some of this has to do for you with really understanding what standards and boundaries are appropriate for you, Olivia. Some of this also for you is going to, yeah, this is about learning your own standards and boundaries. This is also going to be about cleaning up some stuff from your own mom and her relationship to love and not dragging her relationship to love and the way that you operate your connections. Some of this is also going to be about facilitating a bit of a deeper connection and a deeper awareness of some of your own divine feminine energy. So you are going to have your work cut out for you next year on in this connection when it comes to your divine connection. On the syllabus for next year is tending to the roots, boo, tending to the roots. And that doesn't mean that he'll be ready and you won't be. I have no idea what's going on in his chart. If you want to look at that, we can look in a private reading. But typically, when one's not ready, the other isn't either. What's happening over there is also happening over here. And so, there have been some things that have come to light about my counterpart's life where, it's just like, oh, okay, you really did have some stuff you needed to do and learn and focus on that would have rendered you completely unavailable to this. So, okay, thank you, universe. I see why you have, set me to the side because while you worked on those things, it made sense for me to work on these other things. I thought I was so far along. It, it it's the never ending story, girl. I don't know if you ever saw that movie when you were a kid, but it's the journey's never over. And so for you, it's not to say that you're immature or not far along. It's just the next chapter is this other stuff for you to work on. And so, you know, it's not bad. It's just, I don't know that the separation will stay. He may come in, but he may come in and you may be like, I don't know if I want this. That may be an experience that you have. Um, Again, I don't have his chart here, but I definitely see some enough shifts and changes for you where it's like, all right, I gotta figure this out. Like life is handing you enough shifts and changes for yourself. We're trying to kind of keep up with him and make things come together in the material world with him. It's just not really part of it's not going to ground just yet. It can and it will, just not just yet. You're going to see progress next year for sure. You're going to see the possibility next year for sure. But it's going to really require you having done literally all the things Saturn said you must do or do not collect $200. Um, that kind of thing. So if there's anything on the agenda that has been whispering in the still parts of your heart around things you need to do, Beth, go ahead and place your question. It's your turn, honey. And let me just. Um, if there's anything in the quietness of your heart where you're kind of like, yeah, I know I need to deal with that, a health issue, a finance issue, a move issue, if there's anything like that, a business you need to start, a dream you need to take action on, a relationship you need to separate yourself from, something toxic with a friend or an old lover, there's anything like that, get it done now. Do not wait, because if you can meet all those metrics by the time it looks like a union window opens, at least on your side of the chart, if it's not him, something as good or better will come in. Okay. So 11/23/1974, 8. 6:36 a.m. Missouri. Poplar Bluff. All right, let's check it out. What's going on in Poplar Bluff? Num installed. All right, Beth, that's a good question. That can certainly happen. Um, Helps take a bit of pressure off the whole connection thing. You're welcome. I'm so happy to hear that it helped you. Numb installed. Numb installed. Why would she be feeling numb installed? What's going on with her moon? 19 degrees Pisces. What's going on with her sun? 0 degrees actually 8 degrees Scorp. Why would she be feeling numb installed? All right, just intuitively, I'm hearing there's some things that you were supposed to do that you have not done, Beth. I don't know if you know what that is, but there's been a repression on your own side within yourself, a repression of something that needed to happen. You were supposed to be doing a repression of change. Numb installed. But I do see the numb installed feeling shifting next year, to be honest with you, especially as Jupiter gets into Pisces, you're going to feel very different. But yeah, I don't know what you avoided. The only thing that's being revealed to me about this, Beth, is that there was some kind of change that you were supposed to make. You were clear you were supposed to make it. You haven't made it yet. And because you're repressing and resisting that change, parts of you are going offline until that's happened. Um, is this an emotions thing? Mm-mm. No, it's not unprocessed work because trauma and unprocessed trauma can do this too. And I'm not getting that, Beth. I'm just getting that it was an action you were supposed to take, a life change you were supposed to make. Were you supposed to quit a job, Beth, and you stayed in it? Is that one of the things that have happened here in your world that you needed to quit and you just hung on? Because I'm hearing some of what's being shown, but more what's intuitively just kind of flowing in at the moment is this change around work. Yep. Okay. You were supposed to quit a job. Okay. Okay. Well, listen, girl, let me tell you something. Yeah, because this isn't reading like, and my guides aren't telling me that it is unprocessed grief or trauma or sadness, because that can make a person feel numb. It's not that. It's the fact that you legitimately avoided taking an action. I'm getting out of my business slowly, but don't know where to go. Got it. You're self employed. Okay, I see. I'm not going to be able to illuminate the whole thing and unpack it with you in a mini reading. But what I can say is that um, mm, yeah, girl, I don't want to say you late, but you late. Um, I see that here, and I see why it's taking part of why this is uncomfortable, more uncomfortable now than it was when you initially got the cue, was because now financially it's like you're a little screwed. Um, like it's like you can feel the money dripping dry. because you were supposed to be already else on the next trapeze bar. And so what's happening is life is making things a little bit uncomfortable for you to kind of force you in that direction. And so, what I would recommend, based on what I'm seeing here, is you need to go back and look at the messages you received when you initially received that it was time to go. You need to go back. You need to look at those messages and look at what source told you about where you're supposed to go, what it is you're supposed to be doing. And the way source would have communicated that to you would have probably been a dream. There would have been, well, this is what your chart is showing me now, some level of dream. And I'm not talking daydream. It might have been a dream you had at night when you're sleeping that you remembered during the day about what you were doing work and career wise, and that you kind of you noodle on it, you go back to it, but you don't take action on it because it seems so impossible. One of the things that you're supposed to do is go back to that dream because that's the direction you're supposed to be headed in. um, and I think you're going to make progress on it before the end of the year when the Venus retrograde hits that first house. You're going to really tap into this message and come back to it and be like, okay, I remember now. I know what I'm supposed to do. But there's some sort of goal or ideal or dream or hope or aspiration that when you started to receive the messages, it's time to wrap this business up because you're supposed to be over here doing this. That's where you're supposed to go. And because there was just a no, I'm not doing that in your space, because there was a no, what ended up happening is numbness ensued. This floating, this uncertainty, this I don't know where to go, because the path that was in front of you, it's like you painted over it with a brick wall. And so now you're like, I don't know what to do. It's like, well, unbrick it and walk down the path. It's a little bit like that because there is no alternative path. There is just the path you were supposed to be on, that you're still supposed to be on. So you need to take those bricks down and move in that direction. So I don't know what that dream would have been, but what I am seeing is that right around the time you would have gotten those messages to get out of the business you're in, you would have also gotten very clear messages that might have seemed a little crazy, like a little out of the blue, about where you were supposed to go. And you may not have known how to get there or how to do it or what to do to make it real, but you're supposed to be going in that direction. All right. Miss Allen, it's your turn, girl. Are you here? Beth, you have to let me know if that resonates. And if you want to dig deeper, we can. If you're like, what dream is she talking about? We can look more deeply at kind of mission work for you in a private session. But I encourage you to look to your own intuition first, given the way that message came in, because it's very, very rare that my guides will chat me up about a person's specific path. Extremely rare. They don't come in and tell me about people's specific stuff, but they were specific with you. They were like, it's because she ignored what she was told. This is why she's numb. Um, so take some time to dig into that, see what comes forward for you. Is Alan here at all? No, because I do have to go to this class. If she's not here, I'm going to jump off. You guys, it was awesome to hang out with you today. Thank you so much for hanging with me. I'll get a full reading. Thank you. It really resonated. Okay, cool. When you're ready, right? When you're ready, the calendar's open for July. So if you want to book now, you can. But we can maybe kind of piece together some of what the chart says with when this message to exit that business came through and what is the light work next step for you. Hope, I actually have to go. I have to go to another class, Hope, Love, and Sunshine. I'm technically supposed to be there now. I'm 2 minutes late. But what I would recommend for you, if I'm remembering which chart was your chart correctly, where it was just like, were you Hope, Love, and Sunshine the one who said, I'm really good with learning like bring it on. Was that you, the one who said that in the chat? Um, because if you were, then I mean, I remember that one being like, oh, this is a tricky energy. Um, if that's the case, hope, love, and sunshine, you can book arenas anything positive, but I can't hear any more bad. I don't remember there being anything bad for anyone that I said. I just remember there being like, okay, there's some lesson work here. And if you can just kind of take in the lesson, then you can move forward. Bad until 2023. Um, hmm. You may need to re-listen to that because I don't think I actually probably said to anyone, your life is shit till 2023. What I probably said was something like, there's a transitional process going on, but if it's feeling bad now, um, I really doubt that what it feels like now is what it's going to stay because the life just doesn't work that way, Hope. It doesn't work that way at all. Um, Life actually gives us a lot of opportunity for shifts and flow, and we need to be willing to flow with it by taking in the lessons that we're being given. Um, and I certainly don't read in black and white, so I encourage you to re-listen to that because I don't do black and white readings at all, where it's like, oh no, doom and gloom, this is bad. I make it a point not to do that. So if you interpreted it that way, I encourage you to re-listen. And if you want to know kind of like where the work is, that's probably what I illuminated for you. But if I told you the work is here and this process extends for that amount of time, um, a okay, Melinda Allen, there we go. It extends for the work extends for this amount of time. That's more likely something that I shared with you that you're going to have to focus on this for this period, but that I would have said, your life is bad until this date. No, girl, I didn't tell you that because I don't tell people those kinds of things. I know myself well enough to know that I don't deliver those kind of messages. So have a re-listen, have a re-look for what the work is at this time, what the lesson is at this time. I may have told you that what precisely what you want will come, but not at this time. But if you follow the steps of what's on the syllabus at this time, you'll get there. Okay. So pay attention for that. And if you want to do another individual one-on-one kind of reading, like a mini question, and you want to ask that question specifically, I might be back at some point over the weekend or early next week, but I can't do another one now. I have to go. All right, Alan, I just wanted a current job. Will they keep me travel assignments? Keep me for travel assignments. I kind of made a mistake at work and I have been worried. Okay. Let's see. You made a mistake. Are they going to keep you for travel assignments? That's interesting. I don't. I don't see that they wouldn't. If I'm being really honest with you, that would be sun and moon for you. Sun is or 11th house. Moon is. That's interesting. They're a direct square. I don't see a problem here. I see actually more travel. I don't see long distance travel. I see short distance travel. Um, I don't know what kind of mistake you made. I know you were doing some travel nursing. Um, Let me get to right now. Display transits of now. No, Alan. No, I don't see them stopping that. I see, in fact, I see you may be put on some sort of probationary period depending upon how bad the mistake was. They may give you some kind of like, well, actually, um, we need you here for a limited amount of time. But by the time next year rolls around, no, girl, you back on the road. I don't see that. Honestly, I don't see that you have the kind of two things. One, it just looks like you are rock solid in terms of what it is that you are giving. They rely on you too much. You bring too much to the table. I don't know why, but I'm getting this kind of limitation in the world of who they can choose from to do what you do. And so they're going to put you back in rotation. But I'm also really seeing that after this year, the restrictions around travel open up in your chart. So if there was a restriction around the mistake, you are that frees up as we head into the end of the first quarter next year if they put sanctions on you around that. But other than that, it looks like you go right back to traveling. In fact, before the end of the year, I would say by December, you're right back on the road, if not sooner than that. So, um, yeah, I see that their travel is real. It is happening for you in the world of work. So hopefully you have fun with that. But sounds like you knew it was a mistake. You knew what not to do. The one thing that I also see here, Alan, is that one thing that will help kind of guarantee that they get you back on the road sooner rather than later is twofold. One, own the mistake because you've got integrity flowing through the house of communication and a need to raise standards there. So if you can just be real transparent, like, okay, don't try to cover it up. Don't try to backpedal like it wasn't what it was. Just own it 100%. Like, you know what? You're right. I did do that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I understand there's no real excuse. If you need an explanation around it, I'm happy to offer it, but I can promise you it won't happen again. That's not who I want to be in this job. If you can just own it, that would be great. But don't own it in a sideways way. Own it in a very mature way. So here's a quick example. I was explaining this. I had someone apologize to me recently, specifically because there was like an issue, right? I had said to this person, we were in a conversation and the person said to me, can I share with you a piece of gossip that's public knowledge about so and so and this and that thing in their life? And I was like, yeah, sure. And so then that person shared the thing with me. Then I realized I wasn't okay with it. And then I went back and I said, you know what? I realize I'm actually not okay with you sharing that kind of information with me. Um, it breaks trust for me, number one. And number two, here's the kind of things I don't want you sharing about me with other people in case it crosses your mind to do that. And she apologized. She apologized immediately, but the apology was like this. Oh, I was just sharing that because you have such great insight about how to help people. But I know this person. I know them deeply and I know them intimately. And when that person needs help, that person asks me for help. They're very clear about that. They even use that language. I need your help figuring something out. I need to talk about this because I need to come up with a way to deal with this. They know that language, and that is not how they presented what they presented. And so when the apology came through, I was like, oh, you just don't want me to be mad at you. You don't actually understand why this is a problem. The apology that would have really cleaned things up for me was, you know what? You're right. I shouldn't have said that.
And I will be mindful of this in the future. And I understand why that's a problem for you, why that breaks trust. That would have been the apology I was looking for. But the apology was like this kind of backwards way of trying to reframe what actually happened instead of just copping to it honestly. And because that wasn't there, it put me on notice about how far I can extend this person's leash in my life and with access to my life. And so this is what I'm seeing here for you with Saturn here in your third house: integrity, wholeness, being congruent with your words. If your apology was anything less than 100% of what it needed to be, go back and clean it up. Clean it up. If it was 100% what it needed to be, relax. Relax about it and know that you're going to be in a better place once, things shift and this blows over. But if it was anything less than like, you know what, you're right. I was wrong to do this. I shouldn't have done it. I understand why it was wrong. It won't happen again. If it was anything less than that, if it came with a bunch of sideways excuses or like kind of like trying to obscure that you had an alternative intention in that moment, what won't work is that with this transit through your third house. And what'll happen is that will backfire. And you'll find that while they won't take you off of it, they'll limit it, they'll curtail it just a little bit for a little while longer. So they'll put you a bit more on probation. So if you can just, make sure that apology was nice and clean, Alan, you're good to go. Hopefully that analogy provided you some clarity. All right. From my life provided you some clarity. Thanks everyone for being here. I got to jump to this class. I deeply appreciate all of your holding space for one another. And I hope that the information that I've shared with you has been useful. Zero excuses. I was full frontal apologetic. Good, Alan. Very good. Very, very good. All right. That's it. Then that's all you had to do. Full frontal apologetic. That's all you had to do. Trust that this will work itself out. It'll blow over. Okay. All right, everyone. Take great care. Bye for now.